Hey, good evening. I haven't done an actual just chatting stream in a very long time, and my class tonight was canceled, and it's raining outside, and I actually got a bunch of work done, so I figured I would have an actual just chatting stream. Bless me. Blackouts. School is canceled for tomorrow. So my teacher claimed that he has no electricity, and I'm going to choose to believe him. Waiting to see if any students show up for my supplemental instruction course. You're teaching or you're taking a supplemental instruction course? Andrew was rewatching my Father Stephen convo. Which one? Yeah, well, what can I say? I think a lot of people are scared of me. Ah, you're teaching Logic 101. Very nice. How are the kids doing? Someone sent me a picture of their baby, and their baby is huge. Absolutely humongous. Blenheart. David,
Hi, Jacob. How you doing?
good. Somebody was actually just telling me something about you. Uh, just one second.
Was
Uh,
it that I was on PBK?
no, apparently they know someone. Have you been active on BOM lately?
No, never.
Mm,
Um,
just a second. Slavs were even. Okay. How have you been?
I've been good. I've been very good.
Are you
Um,
guys continuing your judges thing or not?
we last week was kind of crazy for me. So, and I think it's crazy for Jason too. So we kind of took the week off, but I think we'll be back at it this week.
Well,
I
I'm
think.
cutting your salary in half.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah. Yeah, so I did feel good about it. I also really enjoy Judges. I didn't. Sorry, I'm fixing up my setup while I'm talking to you. I don't think I even said it to him. I was trying to write a play based on Judges for a while, which did
Well,
not happen.
I, the only thing I will say about playwriting is I have said if I were to write a play and there
Mhm.
was a character of Satan in it, his only lines would be First Corinthians 9.
Of course, this is your perspective.
I,
Yes, yes.
honestly, like First Corinthians 9's, like the entire chapter, it's for me like sounds straight out of the mouth of Satan.
I'll have to go through it. I'm not sure what is First Corinthians 9.
Uh, Here we'll pull it up. We'll play Jacob's
Also,
greatest hits. Don't you love playing Jacob's greatest hits?
it's all right. Which are you doing anything with this stream right now? Did I just jump on to
This
you
is
just
a
hanging out?
just chatting stream.
Okay. Okay,
Why?
so
What do you want to talk about?
I was no, I was just wondering if I was throwing anything off.
Nope. That's what just
Okay.
chatting's for. Anybody who comes on, we can talk about anything they want. First Corinthians 9, New King James Version. Am I not an apostle? Am I not free? Have I not seen Jesus Christ our Lord? Are you not my work in the Lord? If I am not an apostle to others, yes, yet doubtless I am to you, for you are the seal of my apostleship in the Lord. My defense to those who examine me is this: do we have no right to eat and drink? Do we have no right to take along a believing wife, as do also the other apostles, the brothers of the Lord and Cephas? Or is it only Barnabas and I who have no right to refrain from working? Whoever goes to war at his own expense, who plants a vineyard and does not eat of its fruit, or who tends a flock and does not drink of the milk of the flock? Do I say these things as a mere man? Or does not the law say the same also? For it is written in the law of Moses, you shall not muzzle an ox while it treads out the grain. Is it oxen God is concerned about? I have to say, asking a rhetorical question to which the answer is supposedly no, but if you know your Bible, the answer is yes, is like the classic ball of Tarsus move as far as I'm concerned.
Pause a second. I don't. There's a topic which I've been recently researching, and I don't know if we can talk about it.
Of course, we can talk about it.
Can we? Can we talk about Merkava mysticism?
Ooh, you're just trying to get me into trouble.
I'm not trying to get you into trouble. There's one of the conversations that I've listened to recently is discussing how Paul makes reference to things that sounds very similar to Merkava mysticism, and even says that one of the times that he describes an event that could be interpreted in this way is when he's
Yeah,
assaulted.
he mentions going up to like the second or third heaven.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
No,
I mean,
it's not merely that. It's that the language which is used in the Talmud to describe what you do to someone if they start talking about it is what happens to Paul when he talks about it.
Getting lashes?
I'm trying to remember the exact words. And I was wondering your thoughts. Do you think that would have been in? See, this is. I like how you said we can talk about anything, and then I said, "Can we talk about Merkava mysticism?" And you're just like, "Oh."
Well, I'll tell you why. Did you happen to listen to any of the Bible study on Saturday night?
Not this Saturday night, no.
Okay, so there was somebody on who is very, very into Jewish mysticism. And
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I did listen to a little bit of it.
right.
Yeah, but not enough to know exactly where he was going with some stuff.
And that I also had a rabbi who was listening and in the chat, and it was like Scylla and Charybdis. I'm like trying not to offend either one while taking the straight and narrow path.
Yeah,
I mean, look, I'll talk about anything. It's some topics are more difficult. I have to actually be very careful because there are people who will listen, like C.W. Weeks, who says Jacob is trouble incarnate. And I'm not just talking to you at any one moment, but what I will say is the Dead Sea Scrolls have made it very clear that have you heard of Gershom Scholem?
Yes.
So
yes, I have.
Gershom Scholem, about 100 years ago, innovated the field of studying the academic study of Jewish mysticism.
Okay, yeah.
Okay? And he was of the belief that Jewish mysticism derives Kabbalism, and the only people who use the word Kabbalism are anti-Semites. So don't ever use that word.
Okay.
Basically,
I'll do my best. Yeah,
okay.
I'll do my best.
So he was of the belief that it was an adaptation of Christian medieval mysticism into Judaism. So the idea was that Moses de Leon, in around the year, I want to say 13th century, I forget when exactly he was, but that he forged the Zohar, that it was his
Yeah.
own invention based on Christian ideas.
It's kind of, have you've heard of the Kenite hypothesis? It reminds me of the Kenite hypothesis.
No, what's that?
The Kenite hypothesis is the idea that Moses learns about what Judaism is from Jethro. That Jethro the Kenite,
Okay.
and that one rabbi that I was speaking with before was just like, it's just so preposterous that we couldn't come up with our own story. The idea that Moses had to go off into the desert and a guy who is not a Hebrew at all, that's really, even though we have no reason to think that.
Okay. When you're
Moses
debating whether Jethro or Moses 3,500 years ago came up with,
yeah,
like, I don't even understand. But so Fraud says 13th is correct. So the idea was that Moses de Leon basically wrote the Zohar himself and was
okay,
able to pass it off on Judaism, and that its earliest origins were no more than 1,000 years old. And
okay,
Gershom Shalom believed this at least early in his career. And it became kind of like, if you go to Wikipedia, it's still what Wikipedia says.
okay,
Now, what happened with because there are a lot of similarities with things in the Greek Christian Bible.
right. And we talked about this too. That you said that there's multiple teachings within Judaism. That, as best we know, the earliest source is the Christian New Testament.
As the best we knew, yes.
Right. Okay.
And so the idea was, came along Christianity, then Jewish mysticism was an outgrowth of Christian beliefs.
Right. Okay.
The Dead Sea Scrolls have done a lot, and the study of the Dead Sea Scrolls and scholarship around the Dead Sea Scrolls have done a lot to kind of unravel that. Partially because my dog appears to be hungry, and she will not take no for an answer. I will be back in 2 minutes. You have fun.
I'll do it. If people weren't bothering you, they're certainly not going to bother me.
Okay. Not exactly sure why. Michael Satori says hi, by the way.
Oh, nice. Hi, Michael.
Not
I'm going to
exactly.
be painting, and I'm going to paint in the background. Is that okay?
That is more than okay. That is, in fact, preferable. In fact,
Okay.
I demand you put your camera on the painting.
Sure. I can show you. How do I do this? So I'm doing the painting that is of the 7 days of creation.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I have to have my thing plugged in, but I think I can show it to you for a second. But it's going to be 7 consecutive rings.
Interesting.
And so I can show you the middle right now. Sorry, 1 second. I'm assembling the different layers. Can you see that okay?
Yes.
Yeah, so there's day 7 and day 6. So
Very
there's
nice.
Eve coming out of the side of Adam.
Aha.
Yeah, I don't know how well I'm capturing this. Anyway,
Very
I can
nice.
only focus on one thing at a time. So you're not going to see me doing it. I'm just going to plug you in. Okay, continue, Jacob.
So, hello, Sandy. Sandy is from the Toronto area.
Yes, yeah, we've talked about it before. I'm just outside of Georgetown.
Yeah, so Fraud says, I've heard academics push it back to Sefer HaBahir as the first work of Kabbalah. I think that obviously the Mishnah in Chagiga, which is far, far older than any other work, it goes back to around the time of the Christian Bible. It mentions Jewish mysticism. So there definitely was a Jewish mystical tradition that was alive during that time. And I mean, so the academic who's probably most widely respected these days is Moshe Idel.
Okay.
And generally, it seems there's a consensus that even if Moses de Leon did compose the Zohar himself, he must have had ancient sources which he used. My personal belief, and it's based mostly on faith, is that the Zohar is an accurate representation of the genuine Jewish esoteric tradition that goes back to before Christianity. Now, can I prove that? No, I can't.
Right.
So Fraud says, these scholars, Sholem included, want to talk about that earlier mysticism as Merkava Hechalot and later Shir Koma. They want to say it's something different from Kabbalah, in other words. Yeah, so there is, there are, I would say there are 4 positions I have heard. One position is there was a Jewish mysticism that existed before Christianity, and Christianity is the rightful heir to that. And I would say that's probably the Eastern Orthodox and possibly Anglican and possibly Catholic view of it. The second one would be the Orthodox Jewish view, which is there was a Jewish mysticism which existed before Christianity. It was to some extent revealed in some ways before the publishing of the Zohar by Moses de Leon. And Moses de Leon was merely publishing something that had made its way to him. And since then, there have been various revelations of secrets as necessary over the past 800 years. That's the Orthodox Jewish view. There's a secular view, which is there was a sort of Jewish mysticism before Christianity. Um, Basically, whatever that was probably lost many times over and reinvented. And there are various streams of things that have
Hmm.
been basically invented by mystics over and over again in different flavors. And what we have now has very little, if any, historical. Basically, it's as valid as being a Baptist. Like you're there's no historical chain to being a Southern Baptist.
Right.
Um, and I think the let's call it vanilla academic view is um is oh well, I mean, there were things which were in the texts. um there were hints to it. This what we have now isn't completely and um utterly new and invented, but it's been changed so much through the years. It's you could barely even tell what, like, somebody from 2000 years ago would have no clue what you're talking about with the modern stuff. And that's actually not so far away from what Orthodox Judaism would, in essence, say, because I mean, we do believe this is oral law, right?
Right.
It's not the type of fixed thing that the scriptures, for example, are.
Right. And then also becomes it it's an interesting thing because I have this love-hate relationship with the scholarship because in some cases the scholarship takes the stance we are going to not believe the Bible unless we have to. And so it's a very uncharitable perspective, but then I kind of appreciate it from time to time because then things that are actually conceded, I feel like we have a lot stronger legs to stand on. Now, this particularly becomes an issue when there's things like oral tradition that we believe is carrying real truth, right?
Yeah.
Is by the very nature of oral tradition, it is not going to stand as firm and could be infected by by other perspectives.
Yeah. I mean, you're so there's a sort of cynicism which says, okay, I'm going to try to find out what the real truth is. And basically, my presumption is whatever the historical belief is, there must be problems with it.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
and I
yeah,
think that's silly.
yeah, yeah. I think
Um,
it's a helpful tool when you're trying to get to basic ideas and when you're a grade 6 boy, uh, just 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 shitting on everything. It's that's what I did when I was an atheist in grade 6 because I crapped on everything, and at
well,
some point I crapped on my ability to crap on things, and then I realized I actually had to stand on things. You can't just criticize things.
yeah.
Um, anyway, um, now I've seen. I was looking at some medieval documents that were talking about like development. There, would you agree that there is development within, um, specifically within Kabbalah? I've seen what looks to me like earlier versions that later get changed and have issues with how the emanations work and all that other stuff. Would you see
Well,
it that way, or do you think it's perfect? Like it seems to me like Kabbalah is getting at real things that are in the text, but I think a lot of them are not ancient, ancient. Like what I mean by that is that a lot of the parts are there, but aren't assembled into Kabbalah until much later. Would you agree with that?
um, do you know the famous story of when Moses went to get the Torah and
Yeah, yeah.
God um, was tying ties crowns on the letters before he gave them to him?
No, I don't. I don't know that one.
Okay, so let me go find
Oh,
that.
good, because I still haven't put all the pieces together and love hearing Jacob tell this one.
It's one of my favorite stories. It's one of the most famous stories from the Talmud. There we are. And where are my sheets? Where is this sheet? I think.
While you're looking, do you need to subscribe? Like, is it part of the paid Safaria or the free Safaria to have sheets?
There's no such thing as paid Safaria.
Oh, it's all donation Safaria. Okay.
Yeah.
Based.
Very based. You know what? I am going to
Menachat. What's a menachat?
Mincha. Mincha is that what you were asking?
Rabbi, I'm trying to read what Rabbi Malat put in.
Oh, Menachot. Okay,
Menachot.
yeah. It's in Menachot. Which page? Did he say?
No, not yet.
Rabbi, that doesn't help me. I don't know all of Menachot. Where is...
Jacob, just so you know, I have a friend who's an ex-Mormon, and she loves your Mormon joke. She blurted out laughing very loud when I told her.
Menachot 29b. Okay. Here we go. Rabbi Yehuda says that Rab says. You guys saying what I'm saying? You are saying what I'm saying.
We are.
Okay. When Moses ascended on high, he found the Holy One, blessed be he, sitting and tying crowns on the letters of the Torah. Moses said before God, Ribono shel olam, Master of the universe, who is preventing you from giving the Torah without these additions? God said to him, there's a man who is destined to be born after several generations, and Akiva ben Yosef is his name. He is destined to derive from each and every thorn of these crowns mounds upon mounds of halachot. It is for his sake that the crowns must be added to the letters of the Torah. Moses said before God, Ribono shel olam, Master of the universe, show him to me. God said to him, Chazor bach, return behind you. Moses went and sat at the end of the eighth row in Rabbi Akiva's study hall, and did not understand what they were saying. Moses' strength waned as he thought his Torah knowledge was deficient. When Rabbi Akiva arrived at the discussion of one matter, his students said to him, my teacher, from where do you derive this? What's so funny?
It's funny to me because I know some Rabbi Akiva, and I knew he was great. I didn't know he was that great.
You didn't understand Rabbi Akiva. When Rabbi Akiva arrived at the discussion of one matter, his students said to him, "My teacher, from where do you derive this?" Rabbi Akiva said to them, "It is a halacha transmitted to Moses from Sinai. Halacha LaMoshe Sinai." And that is a very important phrase in Jewish understanding. And I believe that the Kabbalah is halacha LaMoshe Sinai. It is what was taught by God to Moses on Sinai, similar to what we're talking about here. When Moses heard this, his mind was put at ease, as this too was part of the Torah that he was to receive. Moses returned and came before the Holy One, blessed be he, and said before him, "Ribono shel olam, Master of the universe, you have a man as great as this, and you still choose to give the Torah through me? Why?" God said to him, "Shtok," which gets translated as "be silent," but really it's more like "shut up."
Mhm.
Kach Allah b'machshava. This intention arose before me. Moses said before God, "Ribono shel olam, Master of the universe, you have shown me Rabbi Akiva's Torah, now show me his reward." God said to him, "Chazor bach, return to where you were." Moses went back and saw that they were weighing Rabbi Akiva's flesh in a butcher shop, b'makulen, as Rabbi Akiva was tortured to death by the Romans. Moses said before him, "Ribono shel olam, Master of the universe, this is the Torah and this is its reward." God said to him, "Shtok, be silent. Kach Allah b'machshava lefanai. This intention arose before me." This is one of the most famous scenes in the Talmud. What do you think?
I mean, I like it. It's kind of nice.
So the idea is
Based.
yes, very based. The idea is that anything which can be derived from the Torah legitimately was
Mhm.
given to Moses at Sinai, whether or not Moses himself understood that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Absolutely. Well, and that's one of the things, one of the bits of uh, like of secular scholarship that kind of bothers me is when they try to date things. Some people are like, well, it seems pretty clear that they already know about this. I'm just like, yes, because the Bible can never see things coming. I understand.
I thought it's a little bit more like involved than that. Like it's about word phrases as well as place names and everything like that.
What do you mean?
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. So,
Oh, as far as dating parts of the Bible?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there is such a thing as it says "until this day," and if you're a modernist who thinks of things in terms of modernist silliness, you think "until this day" must be until a specific date 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago, not realizing that the Bible reverberates through time.
When did the second temple fall? I mean, wait. When did the first temple fall?
I don't know the exact date myself. I think it's
doesn't Isaiah have a date, and isn't it pretty controversial, pretty much about inhabitants and everything like that?
There's plenty of controversy. Yes.
Okay,
God says
587 versus 608, I believe, is the difference.
I believe that you trying to calculate those dates is pretty much exactly what I expect.
Oh,
Somebody who thinks that in 1918 the Messiah.
well, you didn't even get the right.
thing.
It was 1914. It's what Isaiah said. Like, we can look up the scripture. Prove me wrong. You literally said in 60 years, blah, 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 blah. And it didn't happen in exactly 60 years.
No, the numbers in the Bible don't work that way. Sorry, they just don't. They never did.
No, hold up. You gave a different description of me another time. Is you say that, you know, the rabbis made a comment and they said that basically, you know, the Babylonians have their tablets and then the rabbis have our own tablets, and we're just going to prefer our own tablets.
I think I kind of remember what you're trying to say, and it's nothing like how you remember it. But I can go ahead and like try to explain it to you 5 billion different ways. But it's very clear that in the Bible, 40 years, for example, or 70 years is not an
exaggeration.
No, it's not exact. Just like when we say a dozen years, we don't mean 12.
Yeah,
I
I've heard those commentaries.
And
I understand that, and I get that as well. But sometimes things are pretty convenient. So.
Well, if it works out to be exact, that's beautiful and that's great.
Yeah.
But this hyper literalism that like modernity has imposed on people, which I constantly go back to Maimonides and the last chapter of the Mishnah Torah, where he's like, hey, if the Bible wanted to be more clear, it would have been. But it's not. And there's all kinds of arguments between people. So stop claiming you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, I was just reading the Tzeitel Katan today, which I'm sure you haven't heard of. It's a short
the one
letter.
I misspelled.
What?
Is that the thing in the book club that I misspelled, went to correct, and Google sent me to well, never mind, you can look and put it on the chat in the book club.
Was it in the book club? Where's book club? Book club. There's book club.
I tried to spell
it. Speckle Con. Okay.
And I went, whoa.
Yeah, no. Tzeitel Katan. This is the Tzeitel Katan.
Yep.
Of Rabbi Melech, Rabbi Noam Elimelech of Lezhinsk, one of the great. He was of the students of the Maggid of Mizrich. And, well, I mean, okay. So the first, I mean, it is pretty. I'll read the first little part because it's just so awesome. These are the matters with which a person should conduct himself and live by them. Every moment when one is free from Torah study, specifically when one is sitting idly alone in his room or lying on his bed and is unable to sleep, he should think of the commandments, and they shall be sanctified in the midst of the children of Israel. And that's the commandment to be willing to die for the sanctification of the name of God. And place on his soul and picture in his mind as if there were a great, awesome fire burning before him to the heart of the heavens, and for the sanctification of the Almighty's blessed name, that he break his nature and cast himself into the fire for sanctifying God's blessed name. And this good thought will consider as if he actually did so. Thus, it is found that one is not sitting or lying idly, rather he's fulfilling a positive Torah commandment. So anytime you have nothing better to do, just imagine a fire from heaven is coming down and you're willing to jump into it to die to sanctify God's name.
I had that dream once.
Ashrecha ma tov chalkecha. Part 8 is the part I was thinking of. One should accustom himself to not begin to speak with any person except for a great reason, which he is forced to do so. And even if forced, in forced circumstances, he should speak very shortly, sifted with 13 sieves, so that his words do not contain any falsehood, heaven forbid, or any flattery, gossip, slander, shaming, or exposing of one's actions to others. And he should accustom himself with the rule that our sages of blessed memory said, teach your tongue to say, I don't know. Teach your tongue to say, I do not know. And that's like the most important thing. Like my favorite Rashi on the Torah is the ones, and there's many of them, where he says, I don't know. It's like, I want you to read through like Calvin's commentary on anything. I want to see how many times John Calvin or Martin Luther or even Thomas Aquinas, although I assume Thomas Aquinas is better than Calvin and Luther in this regard, said, I don't know. Right? Just, I don't know. I do not know.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't Maimonides come up with the whole like 5,000 years sort of thing, the whole calendar?
5,784? Yep.
Why didn't he say I don't know?
Because he did know.
Because he knew. Because from Moses to Moses, there was no one like Moses.
Correct.
Of course. Makes perfect sense. He's gonna say these dates and everything. I don't know. I don't know if the Bible's like that, but I'm gonna trace the years back. Gosh darn it. I'm gonna do it.
Because Trey, you have to have dates on your marriage documents. And so we have dates on our marriage documents. And my parents' marriage document has a date on it. And I am perfectly happy with that date.
Where did God say, "Oh, I wanted to have it on this date"? Where did He say that? Name me in the Bible where He said that. Like, hey,
Where he said you must have dates on your marriage documents?
yes.
I'm pretty sure it's in Ketuvot.
Huh?
Exactly. The oral Torah is part of the Torah. Get used to it.
Right, the oral Torah that's written 2,000 years after the.
At least get your thing right. It's 1,000 years after David.
Oh, even better.
Jacob, I have a question.
I have an answer.
I don't know.
Jacob, see? Good answer. Trey did a good answer. I was looking at images possibly of what the Ark of the Covenant looks like, and is the image that is most popular of the Ark of the Covenant, does that come from the Talmud itself?
Well, there are no pictures in the Talmud.
Right. No, I know that.
As I understand it, we have other Near Eastern altars, and it was a pretty standard construction, except the difference with the Jewish temple was there was no idol where everybody else had their idol.
Yeah. Well, okay, so this might be a bit of a topic for it. So I've seen this depiction that a lot of people are using. You can probably Google it pretty quickly, where it's the camp of Ramesses, I'm not sure which Ramesses. This is the problem with people having the same name. And they broke down his camp, and his camp had the divisions, the three divisions that are the same as the tabernacle. And in the Holy of Holies was his throne room. And well, so I made an art piece so I can actually show it to you. What the symbol for the throne of Ramesses looks like this, except for Ramesses, there's a symbol for Pharaoh in the center.
I mean, I don't know that much about this stuff. There is
Okay.
a Christian dispensationalist funded Temple Institute, which has lots and lots of rabbis, and they spend their time like and the money of the dispensationalists researching this stuff. Their information tends to be pretty good and based on things that Jews actually do believe.
Okay.
But like, this is not an area of expertise for me. Chazi or Yosef would know better than I do.
Well, and I'm even wondering, like, it seems like, would you, in the most basic sense, say that the Ark of the Covenant is a throne? Does that sound right to you?
I mean, I think I really don't like the mercy seat language that Christian translators use for the Kaporet. And I have to say, Trey, why don't you bring your dog over to play with Happy ever? Huh?
Well, it's the family dog, not my dog. I have to, convene and ask councils and everything like that,
You have to convene a family council to see if your dog can go out to play with other dogs.
Yeah, what's it called when four Jews get together?
What?
What's it called? 5 or 6 Jews get together?
You mean 10 Jews?
10 Jews.
You're
A
thinking of a
minion?
minion.
A minion? Yeah, I have to get a minion together to see if my dog can go over to your house.
I see. Okay. Um,
But
yeah, I mean, I really don't know. I mean, here, I'll read you another story from the Talmud. You'll like this one.
the reason I'm asking though is like I understand some of the contention in that language. I'm fine with that. But God is described as he who sits enthroned between the cherubim, right? And that language is used right beside language of the ark.
Here, let me read you another thing from the Talmud. Similarly, it was taught in a Braita. A Braita is a statement that was from the time of the Mishnah, but not included in the Mishnah.
Mhm.
That Rabbi Ishmael ben Elisha, the high priest, said, "Once on Yom Kippur, I entered the innermost sanctum, the Holy of Holies, to offer incense. And in a vision, I saw Akatriel Yah, the Lord of Hosts, one of the names of God expressing his ultimate authority, seated upon a high and exalted throne. And he said to me, 'Ishmael, my son, bless me.' I said to him the prayer that God prays, 'May it be your will that your mercy overcome your anger, and may your mercy prevail over your other attributes. And may you act toward your children with the attribute of mercy. And may you enter before them before the letter of the law.' The Holy One, blessed be he, nodded his head and accepted the blessing. This event teaches us that you should not take the blessing of an ordinary person lightly. If God asked for and accepted a man's blessing, all the more so that a man must value the blessing of another man." That's from Brachot.
Nope.
Mm. If David's saying something, I'm not hearing it. He's back. Kind of. I have no idea what's going on. So,
Mm,
Trey, how many surfboards have you tried to print so far?
maybe it's switched from his phone
It
to
was
something
literally,
else.
it was like I have so many pieces, but I changed from like a different style that I was going to do. So
So, for the amount of money you've spent so far, how many surfboards could you have bought? 5, 6?
for the money I've spent, well, again, if you don't count the printer, I think I've only spent like not much, you know.
How much time have you spent?
Oh, you're right. Oh no, I'm full screen. Yeah, I'm not gonna get that back. I should be
So-
studying now. I did have
So
a question for
time
you.
you're-
What?
Jacob, you got to remember Trey's math here. Because the next time he starts telling you about how specific the years are somewhere,
Dang it, Sandy, that's a good one. You got me there. You got me there. I do have something you may enjoy, Jacob.
What will I enjoy, Trey?
So do you know the story in the Bible of the time, I think it's when the Israelites are wandering in the wilderness and you have to have spies to go to Canaan?
Yes.
Okay, so the witnesses made a Bible tale of that, right? But it's all in native Hawaiian, and it's hilarious.
Well, you know the entire Bible's been translated to Hawaiian Pidgin, right?
Right, but have you ever seen people dressed up as Israelites talk in native Hawaiian? Like, you go do the bad thing and pray to the bad gods.
No.
In Hawaiian. It's pretty fun.
I'll believe you.
I'll find it.
You can post it to the Discord. I don't know if I want to get a copyright strike from the JWs.
They're not that bad.
Aren't they though? Aren't they? I hear
Yeah,
they're
you're
pretty cultish.
Hey, I thought you disagree with that word.
I said cultish. I didn't say a cult. David's back.
Doing my best. Sorry about that. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay.
You guys talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna go get a drink of water. I'll be right back.
Jacob, I think I gotta go. I think I'm heading out.
You gotta go. Where are you gonna go?
Gotta go!
so
I'm going to bed.
David, quick
Yeah.
quick question or comment. Your name came up because guys is a meaning Sam, who's in Michigan. He's talking about coming over to Canada in the summer, and somehow he knows about campfires in your backyard.
Oh. I was
So I didn't realize who and where you were, but I looked you up, and yeah, so like I'm like, oh, I know these places. My son would spend a year in the GLT doing some backstage stuff ages ago, like a decade or so back, maybe longer.
Sam Titteman? Is that the Sam you're talking about?
pretty cool.
Sam Titteman?
No. This is a guy in Bridges Meaning who's he lives in
very cool.
Michigan, just west of Windsor.
Oh,
Nice,
Sam lives in
nice.
Chicago, and he is on Bridges of the Meaning.
Yeah, so I was on Paul Vanderklay did a bunch of
He sent me
rando,
the clip. Yeah.
and so I guess that's where he heard of me. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
well, it's
if you're
11:30
still-
for me, and I gotta get to bed.
It's what?
Yeah.
Good night, famous David
No.
Boozeville.
It is 11:30 for me
Yeah.
too, because I live in Fergus. If you, yeah. So anyway, I'm just collecting names of people that live in the area because I feel like everybody in the States talks about where they all live, and everybody here, there's like about 6 or 8 people I know within an hour radius of me, and they're all just kind of like in their little bubbles.
Well,
Nice art, by the way.
Oh, thank you. For me, it's actually that I have in-person community so
You do.
much. Yeah, I have a lot.
I saw your write up in the I don't know if it was the Acton Free Press or about something that you did in 2021 at Knox.
Oh,
Yeah, I lived in Acton for 25 years.
oh, cool.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what you came across. Okay, I do have to get going, but yeah, next time we talk. Awesome. Okay, bye.
Later.
Thank you.
Canadians. I have no idea why we allow Canuckistanis on our YouTube channels. You guys are all communists.
See that he sneezes, he's even allergic to us. Oh, I thought it was somebody said Marxists. What's
Marxist, communist, what's the difference?
I don't know.
Canuckistanis. I love saying Canuckistan.
Yes. So, yeah, so I don't know. I'm not sure if there's ever going to be any kind of meetup thing here, so probably not. But I like knowing that there's people around.
You should contact David. He's a nice guy.
I don't have his contact info. That's why I just said, but he said he's got enough in life. He's got all his. He has a like
He
my
has
guys.
like a house church going at his house.
Yeah, I know. I looked him up. I take the tiniest little clues and I find things. Because, you know.
Very nice.
What do you know about me, Sandy?
No, I haven't looked you up. You should listen to Jacob more. Not spend money on giant printer things.
It's okay. He has a girlfriend. Or so he
Does
claims.
he now? Good.
So he claims. I don't know if I believe him, but he says.
He's been on many dates. We know this.
I am not. Those are lies. Those are lies told by the government. I don't believe that.
No.
That's a psyop. That's all I gotta say about that.
Psyop.
One day you must get married, have many little children.
I hope so. One day. I got time though, you know.
Nope. You have to do it within the next 6 years. The JWs said so.
Yeah, okay. I'll get married by the time I'm 30. That sounds good.
So just saying, if you're planning to get married and having children,
Yeah.
having your children at 30 catches up with you.
Yeah.
So does having your children over 30 catches up with you.
Mhm.
You're old when you want to be chasing them around playing, baseball and things, or flinging them over your shoulder. If you wait over 35, that's even harder. It's possible. You should do it whenever you can, but at the same time, one of my neighbors used to harass me about this because I didn't have my kids till I was 30 and she had her kids at 20. And she says, by the time I'm your age, mine will be grown up. And yeah. But even so, if either of my kids get around to having
I don't know.
children, I will take them whenever, as long as I'm not dead and gone.
Married with kids at 25 is a lot to sacrifice for children, you know?
I dare say for 99.9% of people, the time they spend with their children is the best spent time in their lives.
Actually, if they poll it, they said that usually it's the most miserable time, but in retrospect, they say it's the most meaningful.
And despite what people say about whether they're miserable or not, the fact is people who have children are much happier than people who don't.
Have much higher meaning, which is two different things.
Maybe.
Whatever.
I was in a Christian charismatic ministry once, and in part of their worldviews and the material on different worldviews around the world, there was a story that one of the guys shared from somebody that came from somewhere in South America who felt really sorry for Americans, which the storyteller was, because they only have money, and he had children, and children are what you're going to depend on when you get old and need your children around you, not having money.
Honestly, like one of the things I see in my insurance business dealing with people signing up for Medicare is people who have money and no family, and basically there's no amount of money that can substitute for
Family.
actual people. I mean, the part of what's wrong with like the entire mental health industry is people are basically paying people to be their friends because they can't make friends. And it's like, that's not how it's supposed. It doesn't work. It's not. Yeah.
And as much as I'm loving this conversation, you guys just reminded me in this conversation about family that I promised my son that I would pick him up at 8:30 tomorrow morning to drive all the way back up to Guelph to see his dad.
Have fun.
All right.
Well, thanks. Okay. See you later.
I'm looking up the video. Give me a second. The 12 Spies.
I'm joking, fraud. Fraud thought I was serious.
Actually, a famous apostate said that 2030 is going to be the new date they're going to predict. His name is Lloyd Evans. He's sort of the biggest apostate on YouTube. But we'll see.
I would
Did
say
you know-
the biggest apostates on YouTube are the governing body.
Yep. Did you know that witnesses are no longer a religion in Norway?
I did not know that.
Yep. And it seems like they're going to lose their case to appeal.
Interesting.
Yeah. So more and more countries in Europe are removing their financial status.
Interesting. Based on what? Like what?
Shunning.
What?
Shunning. Specifically of preteens. Because it's in the United Nations Charter that each person should have the ability to choose their own religion without coercion.
Mm-hmm. and shunning preteen children is the. So what do they say about Islam and and honor killings?
That'd be wrong. Norway. I don't like this guy. Fine, I'll read what he has to say.
Religion news. JWs go to trial against Norway after state registration is revoked. It's certainly the most important trial about a religious freedom issue in Norway in decades, says Willy Fotra, director of Human Rights Without Frontiers. With its recognition of more than 700 registered faith communities, Norway is often admired as a bastion of religious freedom. But after Norway deregistered the JWs last year, some human rights experts say that reputation could be in question. Now the JWs of Norway are suing the state for revoking their national registration and withholding state funds. I thought that JWs didn't believe in taking state funds. According to
No, that's not.
Witnesses, they are the first religious group to lose their national registration in Norway. The trial, which began January 8th, will determine whether some practices of the JWs violate Norway's Religious Communities Act, or whether withdrawing the registration violates their rights to freedom of religion and freedom of association as guaranteed in the European Convention on Human Rights. It's certainly the most important trial about a religious freedom issue in Norway in decades, Willy Fotra, director of the Brussels-based organization Human Rights Without Frontiers, told Religious News Service. In January 2022, Valgerd Svarstad Haglund, the county governor of Oslo and Viken in Norway, denied the JW state's grants for the year 2021 in response to concerns about what she perceived as exclusionary practices. The witnesses had received the grants, which currently amounts to around $1.5 million annually for 3 decades. These funds are typically used for international disaster relief work and supporting religious activity in Norway, including translating literature and building kingdom halls, according to Jorgen Petersen, spokesman for JWs in Norway. In an announcement originally written in Norwegian, the county governor of Oslo and Viken claimed that JWs are forbidden to contact disfellowshipped members as well as people who voluntarily dissociate, which can hinder a person's ability to freely withdraw from the group. She also argued that JWs may disfellowship children who have chosen to be baptized if they break the religious community's rules, a practice she had said constituted negative social control and violated children's rights. These practices, the county governor argued, defy Norway's Religious Communities Act. We have assessed the offenses as systematic and intentional and have therefore chosen to refuse grants, the press release said. In an email to RNS, JW spokesperson Jared Lopez said, you know him?
I think I've heard of him. There's only a certain amount of approved people to sort of speak, so sounds familiar.
Said witnesses only disfellowship an unrepentant member who makes a practice of serious violations of the Bible's moral code. Even then, Lopez added, JWs don't force members to limit or cease association with former congregants, whether they've been disfellowshipped or withdrawn voluntarily. That's up to individuals. Congregation elders do not police the personal lives of congregants, nor do they exercise control over the faith of individual JWs, wrote Lopez. Has he been to a Kingdom Hall?
I like how you laugh at that. like it kind of went over my head, but I'm like, yeah, that's kind of crazy to say. Like, say what you best.
Pedersen added that the serious sins that might lead to disfellowship include manslaughter, adultery, and drug use. He said a congregation will always try to help an individual restore their relationship with God, but if the problem persists, JWs feel compelled to respect the entire Bible, including instructions to not associate with unrepentant sinners, such as 1 Corinthians 5:11. Though the witnesses appealed the county governor's decision in September 2022, the Ministry for Children and Families upheld the ruling. In October that same year, the county governor said in a press release that unless JWs would rectify the conditions that led to the refusal of state subsidies, they would lose registration, which they did a few months later in December. Without its national registration, JWs cannot perform marriages, and they lose entitlements to government grants. The JWs of Norway filed 2 lawsuits against the state in December 2022, one challenging the denial of state grants and another challenging their loss of registration. Those lawsuits have since been combined, though the Oslo District Court initially granted the JWs an injunction that suspended their deregistration until that case was argued. The ministry challenged the injunction, and in April 2023, the court removed it. As the trial plays out at the District Court of Oslo, Jason Wise, an attorney who is acting as a consultant on the case for the legal team representing the JWs in Norway, said part of the witness's argument is that there is no evidence of harm and that it's not the place of the states to interpret religious texts. The state continues to contend that the JW's practices are in conflict with the Religious Communities Act, particularly, they claim, by exposing children to psychological violence. Frankly, if they can't bring up an actual case that they're saying, I don't know how the courts are going to allow that to stand. Hello, Fuzzy.
An actual case? Are you
Yeah,
saying?
like, this kid was disfellowship.
Yeah. There already are cases. People have already testified, and they didn't really have any counterexamples. There's reviews of it already, but I think there was 5 people who came to the stand. One of them was something interesting. A guy named Rolf Ferruli, who his argument was basically saying that like the witnesses went astray. Like, I don't think 1914 is as important as you guys sort of say, and these are the biblical reasons why. And he sent it to the governing body, and they said, "Publish this, you will be removed. Like you'll be de-upped." And so he published it, and he got de-upped. So didn't do anything immoral. Just put up some opposing opinions, and so he testified.
Yeah, but that doesn't sound like a child.
And then there was other ones of people, children. You can look up a review of the events. But on another note, since we're just chatting, I've been doing some research into digital gnosis, and interesting guy, very interesting guy. I know you hate him, but
I don't hate him. I think he's not worth discussing.
maybe you say.
Who do I hate? I'm trying to think of anybody I actually hate.
Destiny?
I don't hate Destiny. I feel pity for him. Anybody I would say I actually hate that person. Who do I hate? If you hate someone, shouldn't they like be at the top of your mind so like it's easy to think like, yeah, I hate that person?
Mm.
I can't
And I
think of
think like
anyone I specifically hate.
you know, like a good neighbor, you don't, I don't know, bring your enemies up to mind or something like that. That's a Barida for me or something.
How's Chick-fil-A?
Yeah,
Oh
it's
God,
good.
what are you asking me?
Are you assistant manager yet?
No,
Why not?
I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, brought a cause. I found it.
What is that clicking sound? Andrew, are you clicking?
No, I would never.
Where's the
Martin
clips?
Luther? Do I hate Martin Luther?
I
It's
think you
different with dead people. I mean, I attack Martin Luther and John Calvin because I want their memories to die because I believe ideas get
I
but
want the freeze to die. Jeez Louise.
I mean maybe Karl Marx,
Mm.
Gandhi.
You hate Gandhi? You hate Gandhi?
Hamilton.
Dude,
The man was a child molester.
he united India. Okay, like
And no, actually he partitioned India.
okay, I partition united.
he also had caused billions of people to live in misery because of his stupid economic ideas.
Oh yeah, he was a socialist. I agree with that. No bueno to that.
I mean, billions of people lived in misery for decades, and we may, in fact, end up, God forbid, with a nuclear war because of his stupidity. So, like,
Nuclear
I
war.
don't think so.
I
Nuclear.
mean,
What? It's,
among Hitler,
you
Mao, and Stalin and Gandhi, I'm not sure which one rates as worst.
Mao.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Mao was pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
He was pretty bad. But would Mao really have gotten where he was without Stalin?
Yeah, like that may never happen.
Why don't you think digital gnosis is somebody we should look at as an important person?
Because he says incredibly stupid things over and over again.
Like what?
The most embarrassing thing was when he had John Vervaeke on his show,
Yeah.
and he said, "I know math, and when you say things become combinatorially explosive, that's not actually mathematically accurate." And poor John Vervaeke was trying to be polite and like not just say, you idiot, you obviously apparently don't know math and should just shh. STFU.
So I've actually rewatched that talk, and I think what he was saying was that combinatorial explosiveness is a computer term talking about, or at least no.
It's a mathematical term. There is such a thing as combinatorially explosive.
But
Because
Why
yeah,
does
it's
Vervaeke
used with program.
keep finding these random people that he probably shouldn't be talking to? You know?
when
I think
Vervaeke offered to come on my channel, I said to him, Professor Vervaeke, if you would like to be on my channel is yours. I don't think that's a good idea. And he said, Jacob, I am going to think about that and consider your opinion about why that is. And that's why I respect the man.
How did the I haven't watched the whole Zevi Slavin Vervaeke talk. Was that of any
The
import?
whole, I mean, they've spoken many times.
Anything good or no?
I have barely ever watched it.
Okay.
It's things I'm not interested in. I mean, I feel about Vervaeke somewhat the same way as I feel about the Collinses. They seem like people that I am glad exist because there are people who need them as stepping stones towards wiser paths. But I am sometimes astonished at their failure to see things that seem rather obvious to me.
What do you think Vervaeke says?
I don't know. Hey, could we just do something fun for once?
Sure.
Could you watch the book on Leviticus and get your thoughts? That's in Hawaiian, just for me.
No.
Come on, it's 4 minutes. Watch only 2 minutes of it. It's in the Hebrew Bible.
If you say so, let me go find this. Why do I do this
It's
to
in the chat.
myself?
In the chat.
It's in the I saw it in the chat, but I have to go to YouTube to click on it. Okay. If the JWs give me a copyright strike, I am totally gonna call them up
Vervaeke gets
and say that Trey claims to be a member of the governing body. And
Well, I'm preaching, so I don't know how they could do this. This is like I'm counting my time right now. Okay.
What's the inside the book of the priests? Moses the one when write the priests in the boonies by Sinai in 1512 BCE. The name the priests come from one Greek word that means stuffs for the Levites. The Ohana the priests came from. But the book was only for the Levites, was for everybody who was part of the Israel people. The stuff in the priests went all happen in about 1 month. Tell us about what was going on right after they went Paul build a tent they used for worship Jehovah. The priests mostly talk about how nothing pilau about Jehovah and how his people can stay away from coming pilau if they listen to him. Chapters 1 through 7 give all the rules about the special things you give Jehovah. Chapters 8 and 9 tell us how they went set up the priesthood, how they went use the oil for make Aaron high priest, and the first time Aaron would make burn up kind sacrifice to Jehovah. In chapter 10, 2 of Aaron's boys, Nadab and Abihu, when go make sweet smelling kind sacrifice to Jehovah when they know what's supposed to. So even if they was priests, Jehovah had to kill them because of that.
Not good.
After that, Jehovah would make the rule that the priests not can drink alcohol kind stuff before they go inside a tent they use for worship Jehovah. Chapters 11 through 15 give Jehovah's rules about what was clean and what was pilau. When talk about cow, Jehovah would tell the Israel people what animals they could and no could eat. What gotta do on the day the people come pono with Jehovah? Stay in chapter 16.
I need to look that up. What does pilau mean?
Chapter 17 through 20 get rules on how to be one clean person to Jehovah. For example, God's people not can eat blood or do anything for worship the idol kind gods or do any kahuna kind stuff like the people living around them was
Kahuna
doing.
kind
They have to
stuff.
go out of their way for show plenty aloha to people who no can see, no can hear, or anybody who knows an Israelite. And they gotta show plenty respect to the kupunas. Hey, you ain't know. The plans we were reading in the book of the priests was on small kind taste of the good things that the book for the Hebrew people will talk about. For example, the main priest guy, he represent Jesus Christ.
Uh-oh.
The blood of the animals they went sacrifice represent the blood of Jesus.
Oh, bro.
The real special place in the tent for worship Jehovah represent the place in heaven where Jesus will go forgive himself to God for us.
Real.
So they
Chapters
have that-
21 and
Oh, they're
22
still going.
when give the rules for the priests. For example, if you was gonna be one priest, you had to be top shape. Nothing
Oh,
wrong
yeah,
with your
top
body
shape.
and no more sick. Chapters 23 and 24 tell what for
Gotta
do
be a
when
top
they had
chief for
big
that.
kind pa'inas and the days they went put on the side for worship Jehovah. Jehovah
wow.
ain't even tell what for do with the lights for his tent and the special round kind breads they make for give Jehovah. Chapter 24 also
Since
talk about
when
how
is the Lechem
important for
upon
show
him
true
round?
respect for God's name.
What?
Jehovah will tell that if somebody talk bad about God's name, gotta throw stones at him till he mocking.
Throw that in.
Chapter 25 get the rules for the rest year, the special year for give back, giving land back
Special year
to the
for
guy
give
who
back.
ain't own them before, and how you take care of the ones who know more nothing. The people you buy for be your slave, you gotta treat them good, just like one guy you pay for work for you. Chapter 26 tell all the good kind stuff that happen when the Israel people wouldn't listen, and the cracks they would get when they no listen.
Cracks they would get.
Chapter 27 wrap up the book of the priests with
Wrap
rules
up.
about stuffs the Israel people and promise forgive Jehovah and stuffs that only belong to him. When you read the book of the priests, check out how we gotta work hard for be clean people, just like Jehovah. How come we gotta show choke respect for the name Jehovah? And how come, Garens, just like Jehovah, the whole earth gonna be clean when stay under the power of his boy, the most awesome high priest, and the Ali'i of God's kingdom.
Ali'i.
I wonder if the word kahuna is in any way related to the word kohen.
I don't think so.
Probably not, but
Isn't it for like a fish, right? The big kahuna. Right? Like that's a fish thing.
an important person, the person in charge,
Hmm.
a wise man or shaman.
Yeah, but so they have that for every single book of the Bible. So if you ever want to do Hebrew Bible study, and want to give an introduction, they'll do that for you. Pilau. I forgot what they said in the video that was kind of funny or interesting. They said
That's funny that kahuna means priest in what you call it, because kohen means priest in Hebrew.
Yo.
Fraud said something nice about the JWs. The world's gonna end now.
He's gonna convert.
Why are you sitting in your car, Andrew?
It's raining outside.
Uh-oh. It's raining. It's raining.
Yeah.
See how fun that was, though? Like, honestly, that was so fun.
So fun.
Thanks.
So
yeah.
fun. So fun. More fun than going surfing.
Well, I think I'm already surfing. I'm surfing on the Lord. Surfing on the big kahuna of the Lord. The priestesses talk about the ways, brother Kaz. They got choke waves over there, brother, cuz. You don't want to get with that Palau.
The
You want to go with
priestess.
Jehovah. Oh, this is it. This is it. Ah, snap. I found it. Okay, I put it on the Discord. This is the thing I was talking about. Try look these bamboozas. No be like them. Part of them. Do you have any idea what I'm talking about?
None whatsoever.
I'm gonna read it again. Try look these bamboozas. No be like them. Part of them.
Baboozes?
Baboozas.
What is a babooze?
You is a baboose.
You is a baboos.
Pigeon. An individual of questionable intellect, poor judgment, or both. Example, you seen that baboose? He went drive away from the gas station with the pump still in the gas tank. A person witnessed in an insensible or inadvisable act may be used with children in an affectionate, playful, teasing manner. Hey, baboos, what I told you. Wait for that malasadas cool off a little bit before you eat them.
Malasada.
Show grandpa your fingers.
So I can break that down. A malasada, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's basically like a sort of a donut, but it doesn't have a hole in the middle. And so they're like saying, don't eat the donut before it cools down. Or you're going to burn your fingers.
Who that baboos think they are?
I don't know. Who that
Pigeon-
baboos are?
Pigeon languages are interesting.
I love it so much. Like I honestly think we should just only speak in Pigeon.
You're way, way, way too ginger to go live in Hawaii.
There are white Hawaiians. You just really have to pull it off.
Bless you.
Oh,
See-
but a cause. I think I got it. How about this? Watch the just watch a little bit of the other video about the spies.
Do I have to?
It's about the Bible. It's
Is
about the
it?
Hebrew Bible.
Is it really?
It is. And how they're bamboosies. Baboosies.
If you say so.
Trey, what do you think about Hyperborea? Huh?
What's Hyperborea?
Oh, okay.
It's an Hawaiian accent. Maybe I like it more.
If you know, you know. But, yeah, if you know, you know.
Say it again.
No. No. No.
Say it again.
If you know, you know. No.
Say it.
No. 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 No.
Say it again.
No. No.
Say it
I
again.
think you're seriously schizophonic out here, but like, hey, you know, what can you do?
Say it again.
By the way, Max arrived in Los Angeles.
Hey yo.
Oh, for a cause alive in the city. Oh, shoes for a cause. I think I'm just gonna binge all these videos, and you're just not even gonna recognize me.
Okay.
Can I do? You know, we don't have a Greek Bible study. Can I do a Hawaiian Pidgin Bible study? Is that valid? Come on, there's no more Greek study. Why not do a Hawaiian Pidgin? I feel like I can pull it off. There's got to be another person, a Hawaiian Noahide, where we can go back to forth on what the correct Hawaiian Pidgin translation is. We must return to the original Hawaiian pidgin text. We have been led astray.
I have no idea why this amuses you so much.
Oh, bruh, the Bible book, it has not been preserved. We need to go back, Barakas.
Why is it the woke ones are always the most racist?
Oh, oh.
I think Garth pretty much called it. You're literally dying.
Oh, Barakas, I'm literally dying, bruh.
Literally.
The kind, dead kind, bruh.
Bruh.
Oh, Bara. You speak of my Palau right now, Barakas. It's smelling like some bad Palau right now, Barakas.
What's Palau?
I don't. I don't know. We can look in the Bible for it.
It's okay.
It's okay. One more. What if it's a 2-minute Hawaiian video?
No,
Just 2
thank
minutes.
you.
If
No.
I get 1 minute,
No, sorry.
what about it involves Hebrew though?
Doubt it. Seriously doubt it. Very much doubt it.
They're Unitarians. They're basically Noahides, okay?
Basically.
The book of Ezra. How about that?
What
We stay
about the book of
inside the book of Ezra.
So how's the studying coming along?
You got me. Dang,
I
you got
do
me.
get you.
You do got me. You.
So how's the studying coming along?
Oh. I should probably be studying. You're correct on that. But we're gonna watch one video and then I'll study. How about that? Handshake. It's 2 minutes. It's on the book of Ezra. Okay, that's your book. That's
Is
your
it?
book.
It's my book. Ezra
It's
is
your
my book.
It's your book.
What's the inside the book of Ezra? Ezra wouldn't write this book. He wouldn't priest from Aaron's Ohana.
Ohana.
He wouldn't trust God plenty and had studied the
Well,
scriptures real
plenty.
good. Because he wasn't priest. He had the kuleana for teach the Bible to others. He was one pro at copying the scriptures. The kind job
Oh,
you gotta spark every little detail. He went continue the story right where he left off in number 2 records, after the Jew guys was prisoners in Babylon. He went write this book in 460 BCE in Jerusalem town. You ain't know. The books of Ezra and Nehemiah used to be one book. But
Oh,
later,
there you go.
the books was split up in 2. And that's what we get in the Bible today.
Oh,
The book of Ezra get 10 chapters.
that's Japro.
Chapters 1 through 6 talk about one Manini group of Jews that go back
One
to
Manini.
Jerusalem. In 537 BCE, they will rebuild the altar and make the ceremony for living shacks. And this will end the 70 years Jerusalem was all bust up.
Boss up.
The next year, they would lay the foundation for the temple. Even though had other guys go against them and would stop the work for a little while, still yet they would power build Jehovah's house in 515 BCE. In chapters 7 through 10, we paddle through the meadow to 468 BCE, almost 50 years later, when Ezra tell about how hard
Paddle
was
through
when
the
he
meadow.
go Jerusalem.
He go to Jerusalem.
Then, when he get there, Ezra no could believe that the Jews was doing
No
all
could
kind really
believe.
bad stuff.
Really
He
bad
prayed to
stuff.
Jehovah in front everybody, and they would take
Everybody.
action so the people come good again and hammer the bad kind stuff. When you stay read the book of Ezra, try see how Jehovah will do what he promised for get his people out of Babylon and bring back worshiping him the right way in
The
Jerusalem.
right way. In
All
the
this important because lead up to the Messiah coming.
Messiah. I think you could put that in front of a few Jews and they're not going to disagree. They're not going to understand what he's saying, but you know. Uh-oh.
מבוא לספר עזרא. הספר נכתב על ידי עזרא, כהן משושלת אהרון. עזרא היה איש אמונה, שלמד בשקדנות את הכתובים. ובתור כהן, הוטלה עליו האחריות ללמד אחרים את דבר אלוהים. הוא גם היה סופר או מעתיק
They're
מיומן,
not using the J
מלאכה
word?
שהצריכה תשומת לב קפדנית לפרטים. תיאורו היסודי והמעמיק ממשיך בדיוק היכן שהוא סיים את דברי הימים ב', אחרי גלות בבל. הוא כתב את הספר בערך בשנת 460 לפני הספירה בירושלים. הידעת? הספרים עזרא ונחמיה היו במקור מגילה אחת, אך מאוחר יותר חולקה המגילה לשני הספרים המופיעים כיום במקרא. ספר עזרא מכיל 10 פרקים. פרקים א' עד ו' מתארים את שיבתה של קבוצה קטנה של יהודים לירושלים. ב-537 לפני הספירה הם בנו מחדש את המזבח וחגגו את חג הסוכות. כך הסתיימו 70 שנות השממה. בשנה שלאחר מכן הונח יסוד ההיכל, ואף שמלאכת הבנייה הושבתה לזמן מה בשל התנגדות, בית יהובה הושלם ב-515
They
לפני
used the J
הספירה.
word.
They did?
בפרקים ז' עד י' אנחנו מדלגים כמעט 50 שנה ל-468 לפני הספירה, ובהם עזרא מתאר את מסעו המסוכן בחזרה לירושלים. בהגיעו, עזרא הזדעזע לגלות שבני עמו ביצעו חטאים חמורים. הוא נשא תפילה פומבית ליהובה, וננקטו צעדים על מנת לשקם את מצבו הרוחני של העם. בשעה שתקרא את ספר עזרא, שים לב כיצד קיים יהובה את הבטחתו להשיב את עמו מגלות בבל, ולשקם את עבודת אלוהים האמיתית בירושלים, צעדים חשובים לקראת בואו של המשיח.
They used the J word 3 times.
They did? I don't know Hebrew, so
Apparently
I also
not.
for the ones watching this, so
Apparently not. Apparently not.
okay. I should go back to studying for my job, even though I don't have that much time. But you did my thing. You watched the Hawaiian JWs and everything like that. So
Just as long as I can get you to go back to studying, I'll be happy.
okay. Catch you on the flip.
Yes, you will, sir. Later.
Bye.
Don't do anything I would do. Andrew,
Jacob,
what are you up to?
nothing much.
How's Chick-fil-A?
You know, it's going.
How's Irvine?
You know, it's going.
How's the Coptic Church?
You know, it's going. Yep. Yeah, I think I think I should collect all the Pokemon. I should go to an Assyrian church next.
Have you been to an Armenian church?
No.
You know there are a lot more Armenians than Assyrians.
Yeah, but like, you know, collect all the Pokemon. Gotta catch them all.
Well, if you have to catch them all,
You should go for the Magikarp before the, you know, Gyarados or whatever.
I don't know much about Pokemon cards.
Okay, all right. Oh, there's one in San Diego. There's one in Anaheim.
I have no idea why I'm sneezing so much.
Bless you.
I haven't sneezed yet.
Bless you ahead of time.
So what are we talking about?
You know, I don't know. I got this book. Jews and Christians 70 CE to 135 CE.
Oh yeah, I picked up your Borderlands book.
Yeah. Any good?
I only read the preface.
Oof. Jeez.
The fact he feels he has to spend his time like on the Palestine-Israeli issue is like, dude, just stop.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know if it was the preface or the introduction, people these days, they do prefaces and introductions, and I have no idea what the difference is, except that prefaces are shorter.
Preface is something you read before you read the book, and an introduction is something you read before you read the book.
Yeah. Yeah, but like in one of them, he just spends 30 odd pages just talking about how, like, you know, language changes over time, and, you know, some of the issues here, like, created new words and changed language, and that changed language changed the issues of the time. And I'm like, okay, all right, you could have spent like 5 pages talking about this.
What can I say?
Academics, am I right?
Yes, you are right.
Mhm.
About everything.
Thanks. Yeah, I knew, but like, you know, just making sure. Mm. So why do y'all fast on like Tuesday, Thursday?
We don't. It's Monday, Thursday.
Monday, Thursday. Okay, tell me.
Yes, Christians always think it's Tuesday, Thursday, and it's Monday, Thursday.
All right.
Because Ezra made a takana, I guess you translate it as an edict,
Mm-hmm.
that's so reading from the Torah on Saturdays is something we believe started with Moses, and reading from the Torah on Mondays and Thursdays was something started by Ezra the scribe.
Mm-hmm.
And we say extra supplicatory prayers on most Mondays and Thursdays, and some people fast on those days.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
Yep. So do you think like he rewrote the whole book from memory, or?
Who, Ezra?
Yeah.
I think Ezra could have written the entire 5 books of Moses from memory. I don't think that's what happened. So if you compare what it says in Chronicles to what it says in, I think it's Kings, you will see that in one of them it says that a scroll written by hand was found. And the traditional Jewish belief is that the scroll that was found was the original one Moses wrote himself. And the problem was that the ones people had were not correct to that one, and that's why they had to return to the correct teachings.
Okay.
There were scrolls, the young Levites tells us.
Mm-hmm.
One of the first papers I wrote in college was about the history of Deuteronomy. And I wrote that Deuteronomy was likely written by Isaiah's scribe Baruch, because that's what my books in the library said, and I believed them.
Poor Jacob.
Silly Jacob. Young Jacob. Foolish Jacob. 18-year-old Jacob.
Mm. Yeah.
who still believed those things that were written in books. Did I tell you the story of the time I was filling out a chart for my biology class?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so I won't tell it.
Okay. something disagreement with the teacher, something. That's what I remember.
No.
No? Okay. Tell me again.
So I was supposed to fill out a chart, parts of the cell
Uh-huh.
with the names of the various parts and what they do.
Mhm.
And I thought I was being really clever, and I got the encyclopedia set, and I found the parts. Like, there was a chart in the encyclopedia that had everything labeled. So I was like, hey, I'll do it this way. And instead of trying to find the definition of what each part did in my textbook, I'm looking at looking it up in the encyclopedia. And I look in the encyclopedia, and I think it was about Golgi bodies,
Mm.
that the explanation it gave was a completely different explanation of what they did than what my biology textbook said. And I'm like looking at the two of them, I'm like,
Dun dun dun.
yes. And that made me realize, oh, even a biology textbook can change in 20 years.
Mhm. Oh, I bought this new book. I'm gonna show it to you.
You buy too many books.
What?
You buy too many books.
I've actually slowed down the last couple years. Used to buy a lot more.
Did you read them?
A good bit, yeah. This one.
How the Talmud can what? Change your
Change your
life.
life. Yeah.
Who wrote it?
Leo Leibovitz.
Sounds horrible.
Okay.
Liel Leibowitz. Yes, she's a rabbit.
Yeah? Okay.
A
Well-
witty and wide-ranging exploration of a book that has perplexed and delighted people for centuries.
Well, what can you do? I thought the first story was funny, so
What was the first story?
something, this renowned Jewish rabbi was like sleeping around, and then one time while he was doing it, the lady farted, something like that. And this led him to a great moment of repentance and something.
If it's the story I'm thinking of, it's nothing like anything you just said.
What?
So there's a story of a guy who was searching around the world for any manner in which he could find the joys of the world. Let's put it that way. Hedonistic pleasures. And he went and found the woman who was known as being the greatest whore in the world.
Mm.
And when she found out that he had searched her out, she was so disgusted that she refused him. And he at that moment, he realized how disgusting of a person he was. And he repented to such a degree that he died on the spot. And a a voice from heaven came and declared that he was posthumously made into a rabbi. And Chezi's telling me I got the story wrong.
Yeah, I think you got the censored version, man.
I mean, we can look up this actual story. What page is this story supposedly on?
Dude. Something about Rabbi Elazar ben Derdaya.
Yeah, that's him.
Uh-huh.
That's the famous story. Here, let me see if I can find what page it's on. Elazar ben Derdaya. What page is that one? Let me see if I can find this. It's not it. There we go. Avodah Zarah 17a, Book of Idolatry 17a. Oh, yeah, I was right. Andrew was wrong.
Hey, that's what this book says.
Well, you should stop reading stupid books.
Okay.
Okay, so let's actually read this story straight out of the Talmud. The Gemara asks, and is it correct that one who repents of the sin of forbidden sexual intercourse does not die? But isn't it taught in a Braita? They said about Rabbi Elazar ben Dordaya that he was so promiscuous that he did not leave one prostitute in the world with whom he did not engage in sexual intercourse. Once he heard that there was one prostitute in one of the cities overseas who would take a purse full of dinars as her payment. He took a purse full of dinars and went and crossed 7 rivers to reach her. When they were engaged in the matters to which they were accustomed, a euphemism for intercourse, she passed wind and said, just as this past wind will not return to its place, so too Elazar ben Dordaya will not be accepted in repentance, even if he were to try to repent. This statement deeply shocked Elazar ben Dordaya, and he went and sat between 2 mountains and hills and said, mountains and hills, pray for mercy on my behalf, so that my repentance will be accepted. They said to him, before we pray for mercy on your behalf, we must pray for mercy on our own behalf, as it is stated, for the mountains may depart and the hills may be removed. He said, heaven and earth, pray for mercy on my behalf. They said to him, before we pray for mercy on your behalf, we must pray for mercy on our own behalf, as it is stated, for the heavens shall vanish away like smoke, and the earth shall wax old like a garment. He said, sun and moon, pray for mercy on my behalf. They said to him, before we pray for mercy on your behalf, we must pray for mercy on our own behalf, as it is stated, then the moon shall be confounded and the sun ashamed. He said, stars and constellations, pray for mercy on my behalf. They said to him, before we pray for mercy on your behalf, we must pray for mercy on our own behalf, as it is stated, and all the hosts of heaven shall molder away. Elazar ben Dordaya said, clearly the matter depends on nothing other than myself. He placed his head between his knees and cried loudly until his soul left his body. A divine voice emerged and said, Rabbi Elazar ben Durdaya is destined for the world, for life in the world to come. The Gemara explains the difficulty presented by this story. And here Elazar ben Durdaya was guilty of the sin of forbidden sexual intercourse, and yet he died once he repented. The Gemara answers, there too, since he was attached so strongly to the sin, to an extent that transcended the physical temptation he felt, it is similar to heresy, as it had become like a form of idol worship for him. When Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi heard the story of Elazar ben Dordaya, he wept and said, there is one who acquires his share in the world to come only after many years of toil, and there's one who acquires his share in the world to come in one moment. And Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi further says, not only are penitents accepted, but they are even called rabbi, as the divine voice referred to Elazar ben Durdaya as Rabbi Elazar ben Durdaya. That's a much better story than the one you told.
Mm. Well, I was paraphrasing, you know.
Were you? Were you really?
Yeah. Mm.
Have you met my kitty?
Yeah, I think so.
Her name's Shadow.
Yo, that's wild. Like that one place in that one valley.
Mm-hmm. Black cat named Shadow is very, very original.
Mm.
I may be the first person on earth to name a black cat
Should copyright it.
Shadow.
And you know,
Salmavet.
so like, is intellectual property a thing in whatever halacha or?
In Jewish law,
Yeah.
yeah, there are ideas of intellectual property, yes.
Unbased.
If you say so. Yeah, that economics discussion we got onto on the server was interesting.
Yeah. What if the first person who thought of intellectual property like copyrighted it, you know? Like, wouldn't that be cool?
No. These Zoomers, I tell you. Zoomers. I have no idea what you guys laugh at. Why am I surrounded by Zoomers?
Yeah, because we're cool, man. We're based in Red Pilled.
Are you based? Are you red pilled?
I don't know, man. And
I don't know either. What made you decide to buy that book?
that story, man.
How did you encounter that book?
I don't know. It looked interesting.
Where did you see it that it would
Barnes
look?
and Noble.
They stock that at Barnes and Noble?
Yeah.
My God.
Well,
Why would they stock that book at Barnes and Noble?
why not? It was next to all the whatever occultism books, you know.
Who's the publisher? Publisher W.W. Norton and Company. Why did they pick this guy to write a book?
Should I read it or no? That's the question.
You can read it. I mean, if you bought it, might as well read it.
Huh?
I am a breakfast enthusiast, a coffee fanatic, a video game scholar, a husband and father of two. Okay, husband, father of two is good. I come from a long line of rabbis, Leibowitz, okay. And even though I'm a few cheeseburgers removed from the face of my father, I take religion very seriously. Most of my books are about our attempts, sometimes desperate, always touching, to make sense of the divine particles floating all around us. I am a proud graduate of Columbia University's doctorate program in communications and teach about games and other digital media at New York University. I believe that the games we write and read are only entry points into conversation. So get in touch via Twitter or email.
Funky Town.
I wonder how many. Let's see how many followers this guy has. 9,000 followers. Editor at large for Tablet Magazine. Itinerant drinker, video game whisperer. Followed by Rabbi Yitzchak and 27 people I know. 27 people I follow this guy, including Benjamin Boyce, and Sohrab Armari, and Barry Weiss, and Harmeet Dillon. Oh, he's a Republican.
Dun dun dun.
Interesting. The Daily Caller follows this guy. Josh Hammer, Michael Knowles, Hillel Neuer.
Hey yo. He's based in Red Pill just like me.
Apparently.
PogChamp. Kappa Prime even.
White supremacy is more diverse than Harvard. This guy really is based in Red Pill. Asian American conservatives have become key allies of white supremacy. The rise of Latino white supremacy. Why some non-white Americans espouse right-wing extremism. Why white supremacists are not always white. Black and brown men committing white supremacist crimes in America should not surprise anyone. Yeah, I mean, it is true that basically anything is more diverse than. Yeah. Oh, he's a Zionist. God have mercy on his soul.
Any book recommendations?
Yes, the Bible.
Oh, great. Thanks. What's the coolest book of the Bible?
The coolest book of the Bible.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. What would be the coolest book of the Bible?
Yeah.
Ich weiß nicht. Ich weiß nicht.
You gotta translate that, man.
I do not know.
Okay, great. Well, cringe.
Cringe.
Cringe, yeah.
Cringe.
Uh-huh. Man. Oh, yo. You know what we could do?
What could we do?
I have here Concordia's complete Bible handbook. So we could look at the old perspective of Paul and laugh.
Hillel Nauer does good work. He does do good work. What are all these people saying? Teach your tongue to say, I don't know, man. Get better friends, Trey says. And apparently Hillel Nauer is a neighbor of Kazi's. Kazi, did you move already? Why are so many people watching the two of us sitting here doing nothing?
Dude, I don't know. They should join.
Is it still raining outside? Doesn't seem like it's raining outside.
No, it was drizzling last.
Really? Was that all the rain? I was told there was going to be a lot more rain.
Uh-huh.
It seemed to be a lot of rain.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the rain's over. California flooding live updates. At least 2 dead, Rahman al-Islam. An avalanche was reported in Lee Canyon area of Nevada, about 30 miles northwest of Las Vegas. At least 2 people were killed by falling trees in California. Rivers of mud rushed through streets in Los Angeles area. Which Los Angeles? Emergency vehicle stuck on road at Lee Canyon after avalanche. Uh-oh. Rainfall tops 10 inches in Topanga. Bel Air got 10 inches. Woodland Hills got 10 inches. Wow. Oh, wow. This is Beverly Crest. Look at this picture.
Jeez. Well, that's mad up.
It's all the rich people who got flooded. Beverly Glen area of Los Angeles mudslide. Oh, all those poor rich people. All their nice cars got destroyed. I feel so sorry for all these rich people.
Mm.
Trey. What are we gonna do with Trey?
I don't know, man. He's so like blue pilled, you know. Like
Blue pills. This is
yeah, hypercore cringe, you know.
very, very cringe. Shadow, why is Trey so cringe? It's the ginger.
Mm.
It's the ginger.
Mm-hmm.
He's ginger pilled. Yes. Trey, you're supposed to be studying.
Oh yeah. On the server, people said like fucking reincarnation is like a necessary view to be held that's not in the Torah, but it's in the oral Torah. And I thought that was just so funny.
People said that. One person said that.
One person said that, yeah. Like
And that
nobody
person-
disagreed. So
Well, actually, no, I did actually disagree. Don't know if you ever read the stuff I write on my server, but I do once in a while actually post things on my own server. But
Mm.
people usually aren't there on my server to actually, for some reason, like people join my server but don't actually like to talk to me.
Everyone likes complaining.
Yeah, everybody on my server is like, who's this Jacob guy? Can we get him booted or something?
Mhm.
One of these days, you guys are going to vote me off the server.
So what's up with like? Say again?
It'll happen.
Maybe. I think the server will die when you go away.
That's quite possible, but
Yes. Mainly because none of these old folks know how Discord works.
I don't know how Discord works. My nephew said with my Discord up.
You are doing a pretty good job of running a Discord server. Which is to say it is a absolute dictatorship, except when it's not. And for some reason we're chugging along well, so
Yeah. Wow. Don't tell anybody.
okay.
Yeah, did you watch Paul Vanderklay's latest video?
No, what'd he say? I don't watch him much.
I kind of got worried about him. He's like, pray for me. I'm like, really? Pray for you?
What caused it? Why does he want prayer? Huh?
I don't know. He read that Mabel story again. He reads that
What's
Mabel
that?
story way too much.
What's the Mabel story?
You don't know the Mabel story?
No.
Mabel was this woman who was in an old folks home, and she was blind and deaf and bedridden, and cancer was eating her face, and she would sit there and sing hymns and talk about how good Jesus was to her. He reads that story over and over and over again.
Okay.
I mean, I have respect for that story, but I think Christians are too resigned to theodicy and don't have enough of a desire to see God's kingdom come. If you truly, truly, truly feel you have to, yeah.
I honestly think it's the iconoclasm, you know? They sit around in a concert hall at best. Sometimes it's a gymnasium, and they sing 80s or 90s hip songs or rock songs repurposed about Jesus.
Okay. What does that have to do with it?
There's no reverence. There's no expectation. There's no actually seeing the works of it. If the most that Jesus does is change the lyrics of, you know, a rock song, then
I think I get what you're saying. Yeah, did you see Kale's so there's this priest who was an artist and made murals, and he part of making the murals included like sexually assaulting nuns and including them in his murals. Yeah, not a nice guy. Anyway, so people are trying to get those murals removed. And it's kind of like I'll pull up what I wrote on Twitter. What did I write on Twitter? I wrote something on Twitter. What did I write on Twitter? Wrong account. There it is. Kale Zeldin wrote. Oh, it is wrong. Okay. Kale Zeldin wrote, it's not very, very difficult. When someone brags that a decision is difficult, he's looking for an out. He's hoping someone in the Vatican will save him from having to pull it down. It's rather obvious. So, and he linked to a thing about these Rupnik images at a shrine and whether they should be what you call it. So I wrote, wait until they hear about the churches displaying art by other sinners. I can't wait until there's only art from certified saints and churches. Kale wrote, Jacob, trust me, I'm not Mr. Purity Spiral. The art is actually part of his predations. This is a bad dude and a serial abuser who used his abuse to gain influence, etc. This is not a love the art, not the artist moment. What do you do with the Colosseum? Sorry, but I don't see how this doesn't end with a purity spiral. There is no one so bad that he contributed no good to the world. Otherwise, as a non-Catholic, I would have to say raze, R-A-Z-E, every church in the world. Somebody I don't know. He literally sexually assaulted nuns as part of his creative process. Even tried to force one to drink his semen from a chalice. It's got to go. Me. Do you know how Michelangelo got his inspiration? Do you know what they did to make the Colosseum and pyramids? This is a road that has no end. The artist must die or the art can never be art. Human depravity is not cleansed by destroying any good they may have done. Ronald Lee says, the word good there is a presupposition. I responded, indeed, I believe in the God who created everything and said it was good. Not that every single part of it was good, but that on the whole there is good in it. This is an article of faith for me. Everything, even Roman Catholicism, will eventually be redeemed by my God. Ronald pulls the Nazi card on the Jew. Is there good in Nazi symbology, and should they be retained wherever they are found? I responded, I highly recommend you look into what is referred to as Holocaust theology. Yes, we Jews have had to make our peace with the Holocaust. This is a podcast I made a while back. If you have Spotify, you can listen to it with the full music. Tayo. Trey says, "Good surf is coming with those waves. Can't wait to vote you off off if the server isn't a democracy. Just like Fountain of Comfort. Fountain of Comfort belongs to the board of directors, Trey, and any three of the 5 members of the board of directors, Trey, can decide whatever they want to do, Trey. That's already happened, Jacob. All of this is happening in your mind. I have no idea what he's talking about. William Lane Craig used the Mabel story. It's pretty famous, okay? In his speech on the meaning of life. Have you heard of John Mark Comer? No, I have not. And the church play Expanded Universe.
Yes, I've heard of this. My
I have
Protestant
no
friends
idea.
recommended it to me.
Salt Burn Murder on the Dance Floor. What is Salt Burn?
New movie.
Probably not going to go see it.
Mhm. You know, I half want to sign up for Roland's Beowulf class. Because I think Beowulf was the first symbolic Christian book I read. Maybe except for Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings was first. Beowulf was what, third behind The Hobbit? Yeah. Does Dostoevsky count?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, Kale asked, was it Kale? Somebody on Twitter asked, like, for people to post their favorite book when they were 12. and I posted, Crime and Punishment, don't judge me. It was my favorite book when I was 12.
What was I reading? 12 is what? What grade is 12?
6th grade.
6th grade. I think I was reading like Stuart Little or something.
I read way too many books. Reading should be outlawed.
Yeah, maybe.
Reading is for nerds.
At the very least, you should do it with a pencil in your hand.
I never understood that. I've never
Really?
highlighted or underlined
Really?
in my life.
Why not?
Why would I do that to a book?
So you can engage with it.
I've highlighted things on Kindle, but that's because I was under the erroneous belief that I would later sometimes want to see my notes and be able to find them on my Kindle.
I don't do that either. I write in it to engage with it. If it was a person, I would
So
talk to.
basically, you're just doodling.
I'm not doodling. I'm writing.
You're doodling.
I'm writing.
You're doodling.
I'm writing.
You're doodling.
No, I'm writing. Oh yeah. Go ahead. You're looking off to the side. Go ahead. I know what you're looking at.
What am I looking at?
The comment section.
No, I wasn't looking at the comment section. I was looking at. Oh, there we go. Jacob, how do you rank the different communions in terms of authoritative representing what you see as Christianity? Do you give equal weight to Protestants, Catholics, Orthodox, etc.? That's a difficult question. I mean, that's a very difficult question. I look. There are a billion Catholics in the world. You have to take that seriously. If you believe in God, you have to take that seriously. If you don't take that seriously, there's something wrong with you. And if you think that the Catholic Church isn't Christian, then like you must take that the road is wide and the path is thin thing really seriously, and think that Jesus only came for a very select few. And that if that's true, then the whole Jesus story really falls apart. I honestly have no idea. Real Bible believers. Secrets to why the angels built the pyramids. Dr. Gene Kim. Okay. I have no idea why Trey.
Trey's schizo.
Trey
He's not even like ironically schizo like I am, you know. He's just plain schizo.
Shadow, what do you think of Trey?
What's the cat saying?
The cat isn't saying anything.
That's crazy, man.
Isn't it crazy?
You know, one of my favorite movies, Constantine.
Haven't seen it.
Okay, well, it's pretty good. It is like unapologetically Christian and modern, right? So it has like a fucking machine gun crossbow that shoots like
You've become so much more profane over the past 2 hours than you've ever been before.
what?
You've been dropping the F-bomb left and right.
Okay, that's my bad. Yeah.
Which is surprising because I'm not used to Andrew dropping the F-bomb left and right.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, people who drop the F-bomb drop the F-bomb, but I'm not used to Andrew dropping the F-bomb.
Yeah, I better suck in my fart or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Since when does Andrew drop the F-bomb all the time?
I don't know, man.
I think those parents of yours are bad influences on you. Am I right?
I don't know.
Or is it Chick-fil-A where you're dropping the F-bombs left and right? Do they allow you to drop the F-bomb at work?
No.
Good.
Yeah, I should talk to a shrink.
You should.
Yeah. Psychologist near me. Fix me up for real, for real.
For real, for real. Sorry, Shadow, but your claws have to go.
Breakcore. Hey
Sorry.
yo.
What happened?
Nothing.
I didn't cut you. Stop complaining. Trey, you don't seem to understand that I have to worry about copyright. Hasidics are smaller in number than Reform Jews, but I don't think the Reform represent historically accepted Judaism. Well, Reform disagrees with that, but in Judaism, we have a concept that we will always be the small remnant. We don't expect to ever like take over the world. Christians do. That's a theological difference.
Oh yeah, what's up with the no marriage in heaven type thing?
I generally think people take things too literally. I mean, if you really want, we could read Maimonides' introduction to Sebastian. Do I know you?
Hey yo.
Like the what was it? If you really want, we can read Maimonides' introduction to chapter 10 of the Mishnah Sanhedrin. I recommend reading it yourself. Do you really want to read it? It's pretty long. You should go read it. It's so funny.
Yeah.
I've read it. Trust me.
You went from, oh, if you really want to, you should go read it yourself.
You should go read it yourself. Here, I'm going to find it for you.
Oh, great. Thanks.
I found it. Here it is. Link in the chat. And I'll put it in the private chat for you too. Aha. Hello, Sebastian.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can. How are you?
Okay. I'm great. How about yourself?
Good. Anybody who knows the name Father Stephen DeYoung is a friend of mine.
I really liked you guys' streams on, you just the way you interact with each other is really nice. So
I actually got to meet him, and we had Friday night kiddush, and it was beautiful. It was beautiful. We got very, very drunk.
Father Stephen DeYoung drunk. He's a Dutchman. You managed to get a Dutchman drunk.
Okay, so I met up with with him for lunch before the Lord of Spirits conference, and I'm like, I've never been to an Eastern Orthodox event before. I was gonna bring some alcohol. Like, should I? And he told me a joke I told over and over that entire weekend. Wherever you find 4 Eastern Orthodox priests, you will find a 5th.
Oh, I have great stories about Orthodox priests and alcohol. Me and my deacon went to a heritage festival. It's like something that the different churches around the Portland metro area do. So you'll have like the Greeks, and then I'm Antiochian. So we went over to the Romanians though on a Saturday, and I'm with the deacon, so we get the VIP access because he's clergy. And the priest comes over with this clear bottle of liquid, and he comes up to our table and he's like, I'm like, what do you have, Father? And he says, holy water. And then he pours us a shot, and it was homemade plum liquor. And at the end of Pascha, we always take shots after the fast. At least for us. After the service, we always take shots. So
Okay. I am in favor of alcohol when used socially to lubricate events. I took 3 handles to the Lord of Spirits conference.
how was the conference? How did you like it?
It was nice. It was great. I got to meet a bunch of people. We haven't kept in touch as much as I kind of hoped, but like, it was a great experience. It was great finally meeting Father Stephen, and his mom was actually there. That was interesting too.
Is his mom Orthodox? Do you know? I mean, like maybe that's personal.
She is
question.
now. Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. God bless.
Yeah. So yeah, it was nice. It was nice. So you're from the Portland area?
I'm originally from about 45 minutes east of Sacramento, California, but I transferred up here for work in 2019, right before the pandemic.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Sebastian, what do you want to talk about?
I'm interested to hear your thoughts on how you view the different denominations of Christianity. Like I caught the kind of the end of your stream where you were going through your tweets with that Catholic priest, I believe.
Kale isn't a priest. He is a faithful member of the laity, Catholic laity. Yeah.
Do you know like what kind of parish he attends? Is he like a traditional Catholic, or is he just like a
He's
like
pretty,
a Novus
he's
Ordo?
pretty traditional. He's pretty traditional. Yeah, so the Jews in this little corner tend to be Orthodox Jews. The Catholics tend to be rather traditional. The Protestants as well tend to be pretty traditional. We don't have many mainline and stuff like that. So I am of the belief that Jesus was right when he said, you know not what you worship, we know what we worship, for salvation is of the Jews. And that Paul was right when he said, we see as through a glass darkly. I think Christians see as through a glass darkly. And eventually, all Christians will see the actual light as my interpretation of Acts 15 would be. And so I look forward to the day when Christians return to Judaism. And to the degree that now I believe Eastern Orthodox Christianity has traveled the least away from Judaism, I kind of have this idea that Protestants will return to the Catholic Church, and the Catholic Church will return to the greater whole of the Catholic Church, and then eventually everyone will realize that Ki mitzion tetzetora v'doar Hashem Yerushalayim, that the Bishop of Jerusalem is the real Pope, and the Bishop of Jerusalem are the Jews.
Oh, I agree that like the Bishop of Jerusalem historically was Jewish. It's indisputable. I think it actually goes through. There's different lists for the bishops, so it's hard to commit to one. But James' sons, I believe, were the bishops through after him. So,
I believe Simon was James's brother, and I think we know that there was a Simon who was James's brother who was
I
bishop.
think they were all related. I think up until the Romans kicked everybody out, I think they're all related.
Well, I mean, I have to say, are you familiar with the work of James Tabor?
I am not.
You won't like it. So there are a few scholars who have been trying to integrate what we have learned from the Dead Sea Scrolls into their theology. There's a guy named Bergsma who has been doing it for Catholics. Father Stephen has been doing it for the Eastern Orthodox. I would say Robert Eisenman has been presenting the more Jewish-ish view of it, even though Eisenman isn't actually a believing Jew. James Tabor, in my opinion, has done the most to integrate the Dead Sea Scrolls knowledge into Protestant Christianity. And I don't think most people would recognize him as a Christian anymore. Yeah, he wrote a book, Jesus Dynasty. I think if you are going to look at the archaeological evidence we have now from a Protestant point of view seriously, I think you end up with James Tabor's new reinvention of Christianity, which can barely be called Christianity.
What are the distinguishing factors that you think that has it in that category of barely Christian? I don't know the material, so it's like you're not going to be able to reference the material too much, and I'll be able to like recognize it. But you know what I mean.
How familiar are you with New Perspectives in Paul or Paul within Judaism? Have you heard of that?
Yeah, so I became a Christian in 2020, briefly with the Protestant church, and then straight to the Orthodox church. So like that in my theological milieu has always been there. That's how I read Paul initially. I started from the Old Testament, looked into Judaism, wanted to know why most Jews weren't Christians. Like that was, as a non-Christian, that was like a question. It's like, okay, well, we have the Jews here.
What's your
their history? Yeah, what's my history?
Yeah.
I was raised pretty much secular.
Okay.
And then
your family wasn't Protestant or Catholic or anything like that?
Historically, probably. My mom didn't take me to church. My grandparents were atheists for the most part. My grandma on my dad's side, like very into the occult. So
how old are you, may I ask?
I'm 28.
Okay, you're pretty young. Okay, yeah. So I mean, if you believe, so this is the thing. If New Perspectives in Paul is what you believe, I think what you have to do is recognize that for thousands of years, Christianity had old perspectives in Paul, and recognize that was a mistake. Now, Father Stephen kind of wants to say that old perspectives in Paul is only really 500 years old, maybe 1,000 years old, and he wants to say that Eastern Orthodoxy always had basically Paul within Judaism view. I simply don't think that's true. I think Christianity, I think Paul did hijack Christianity, and that's what James Tabor basically believes. And a lot of people, I mean, if you seriously look at the writings of Paul, like, I cannot get over the fact that this man condescends to Moses.
What example? Like, what? Can you give me an example just for reference? Like, I'm not trying to like make you cite like the verse or whatever.
This is Jacob's greatest hits. I do this constantly. 2 Corinthians 3:13. And I highly recommend you read it in context. But it seems to me that he's condescending to Moses. I think that Paul was, in fact, teaching Christians. He was, in fact, so Acts 21, the accusation against him is that he was teaching Jews not to circumcise their children. And it's a real question within Christianity. If a Jew accepts Jesus as their Messiah, right, should he stop circumcising his children?
Yeah. So, like, I think that Paul even circumcises Timothy at one point.
And that is the new perspective. That's what new perspective people will say. Hey, look, he circumcised Timothy, right? But the old perspective on Paul is, oh, he only did that not to offend people. It wasn't.
Yeah, but I think that's a dumb view, you know? Like,
I do too. I think that he felt obligated to,
like what? The most I hear is that it was like some sort of missionary perspective, but what are you gonna say? Oh, we're gonna do this, but it's not important anymore, and for some reason this is gonna convince people. Like,
well, this is
that the idea that we do this and it's not important anymore, but we're still doing it to convince people is going to convince them. Like, how does that work?
This is how the Noahide movement started. So what happened was a bunch of Baptists decided that they're going to evangelize to the Jews by making churches that basically looked like synagogues, that incorporated Jewish cultural things, right? The same way that they would, and okay, you know what, Trey? Stop it.
It's so bad. The Baptists, like it's so bad.
No, but and what happened was that a bunch of Christians started going to these churches, and they realized, hey, no, it's not the same. This is actually Hebrew. No, this isn't just cultural clothing, right? Like, a talit is not just cultural clothing. This is actually things that Jesus wore. Like, Jesus wore tefillin. Like, the one thing I can tell you, until Christians are willing to depict Jesus with talit and tefillin, right? They're not serious. They're not being serious.
There are actually icons in the catacombs of Jesus and the talit. Now, as for the tefillin, the only thing that the New Testament says in any negative context towards the tefillin is that when people wore them wide because they weren't in those same box before. It was like, we found archaeological evidence. It's like a headband, like from an NBA.
No. That is exactly what tefillin look. No, I have seen when I saw the boxes, I was so surprised from the from Qumran, I was so surprised. That is precisely how my tefillin would look if you left them around for 100 years.
You think they would unfold that way? Because
Yeah.
I've watched the and this is obviously I'm not Jewish, so but I've watched a lot of content of the people who make those boxes, and it is a process. Like it starts from a very large piece of leather and it goes to a very small scrunch piece. But I don't think, like, from the ones I saw, they looked like more circular in pattern. So I wouldn't think that they would be able to fold in on themselves like that. Not saying that your current tradition of the tefillin are wrong. I'm just saying maybe they were using it in a different way.
They have to be put in a mold to turn square like that. And every once in a while, you have to get them checked and redone because they lose their shape. If you see tefillin that have lost their shape, they look exactly like those from Qumran.
Is there any halakha for the size of the tefillin? Like if somebody was to have a tefillin that was the size of
there are
like
people
a
who wear
hat.
very large ones, and there are people who wear very small ones. I think Jesus was just talking about people who were actually putting too much stress on them, but it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
What, Trey?
What do you think Timothy had? Do you think he went from a long one to a small one?
Trey?
You set me up. You set me up.
Stop it. No, this is... Come on, Trey.
That's not how that works.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It went from anteater to non-anteater. That's all we know.
God, these Zoomers. What am I going to do with these Zoomers?
But honestly, like, you didn't address my point. Like, it makes no sense that Timothy, like, Paul was like, I want you to evangelize. Timothy, I'm going to skip you off, and then I'm going to show you guys.
Because they're gonna show. He's gonna show the
Hey.
like he's gonna show his penis. The first thing he does, he goes to a synagogue. He's like, "Hey, guess what, guys? Like, just in case you had any doubts, check out the fresh trim. We're good."
I lined up down here.
You fail to realize that back in Roman society, people were naked a lot more than they are now.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I've seen like the Ethiopian Orthodox, like blessing of waters. Like when they bless the waters for Epiphany in the river, a lot of them are naked. A lot of them are completely naked because they want the full holy water experience. And in America, if that were to happen, that would be crazy. But I think it's because of our Puritan, like, historical background that's pretty disturbing.
Well, I mean, even Jewish culture is much more conservative than like Roman and Greek culture were, but no, going to the ritual baths on a daily basis was a thing 2,000 years ago, and it's still a thing.
Like when you were like pretty like Orthodox observant, were you going to a mikvah every day?
I wasn't going every day, but I was going every week.
Yeah, that's how I've always understood a mikvah to work. But I see when the temple's there, it's probably a lot different.
Well,
where you need to purify yourself more often.
When you got to Jerusalem, they automatically dunked you. Like there were swimming pools that they made people coming into Jerusalem walk through.
Right. That's one thing I've read about baptism recently, that like in the ancient church, like even Orthodox have departed from this for a bit for probably like practical reasons, but it used to be done naked. And I can't remember the saint who's quoting it, and it goes back to Genesis, how Adam and Eve were naked before the fall. And so, like, when you're being baptized naked, it has a theological importance. And
Yes,
I'm sure it's the same thing with a mikvah. Is like you're returning to your innocence.
You cannot be wearing clothes when you go to the mikvah.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna pull you off the stream.
Okay, I won't. I'll be serious. I'll be serious about baptizing my homies naked, of course, in the wilderness where no one else could see.
To be fair though, I think in the canons, the only things I found mentioning circumcision have to do, I don't know what it's called in Jewish circles, but the specific rabbi that does the circumcision.
Mohel?
Yes, that's where it gets sticky, I think, for Christians, because a lot like Coptics. I think Andrew, you're Coptic, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so like all the newborn Coptics are circumcised. The same thing with the Ethiopians. They're all circumcised, as far as I know, at least in their lands. That's how it is. But the difference is it's not a rabbi doing it, and I think that division from a rabbi not doing it versus like somebody in a Coptic or Ethiopic sense would be like, because of that divide that happened, what date you want to put it doesn't matter, like 200, 300, 400, 500, whatever you want to say. I think that's the important distinguishment in the canons, at least that I perceive it. It's not the fact that the circumcision is being done, it's by who it's being done by and for what.
See, that's the thing. In Nicaea, they very much said, we don't want to be like the Jews. And it's like, okay, you don't want to be like, have you seen my favorite picture that I flash on the screen all the time?
The messed up Hebrew with the Lord?
Yeah. And it's like, come on. Like, Jesus, you can claim Jesus is the king of any single nation in the world except the Jews.
Yeah, I think that history has tainted a lot of the language we're willing to use. Like in church, I noticed that we don't really use the Jews unless it's in the negative context in the Gospels of like when it's criticizing the Jews.
Yeah.
But you'll hear it in terms of Hebrews or Israelites in other terms, which Jews are Israelites, but not all Israelites are Jews. That's the way I've understood it. But I'm, like I said, I'm new, so I'm immersed in this stuff.
Well, the later parts of the Bible use the term Jew, even for people who obviously are not from the
Levites and stuff are referred to as Jews. They're just the Jews at the temple.
Benjaminites are also referred to Jews. So, like people, so the term Jew, I mean, there actually is some controversy if it's even more ancient or not, but definitely by the time of the Scroll of Esther, and the Scroll of Esther refers to the entirety of the Jewish nation as Jews, even if they're obviously not what you call it. So by Second Temple period, by the time of Jesus, definitely everyone was being called Jew, whether or not they were from Judah. Yes, Trey.
Legitimate question. Actually, legitimate question. Could everybody know how to circumcise? Would that mean that Paul must have been a rabbi if he was able to circumcise?
No, because Zipporah does it, or not? Or what is Moses' wife's name? She circumcises the baby, so it doesn't have to be a rabbi. At least then,
more of an Ethiopian
doing it.
I generally it's people who train to circumcise, but also you have to realize that nowadays we're a lot more careful with stuff than they were then. So I really don't know. I mean, I have a difficult time believing Paul knew anything about Judaism.
So you don't think he circumcised Timothy then?
Well, I'm not aware that that's from the authentic letters of Paul, like where he claims to circumcise Timothy. I don't think that's very funny fraud. That's actually pretty funny.
So
you guys are making a mountain out of a molehill.
Well, the thing that I would think is, so like, I would accept the Talmud as genuine rabbinic traditions. And so like the Gospels and the epistles for the local churches, at least from the Orthodox perspective, those were letters written to specific people. And that was their writing that they had from that individual. And it was considered authoritative. Like even Paul mentions, whatever I taught you by word or by letter, you must keep these. That so like for us, it's like it's scripture, but it's also like all of scripture is tradition in terms of the way I look at it. Like you have to. So I feel like it'd be hard to discredit all of the letter. Like the only reason we know that the titles for these gospels and these letters are what they are is because the churches kept them and said, oh yeah, this one is from so and so. This is the gospel of Matthew. This is the gospel of that, because they're rarely self-referent.
No, I mean, I definitely I understand that view. It's just so my question is honestly, did Christianity lose its way at Nicaea, or did it lose its way with Paul? Now, for me, it seems it goes all the way back to Paul. People have been trying to convince me that it's closer to Nicaea, but I don't see Jesus teaching what the Christian church taught at Nicaea. I think what the decisions at Nicaea were, including specifically like turning their back on Judaism, and the Jewish calendar specifically, like, no, we don't want to have our holidays on the same days as the Jews. Like, and that happens in the Didache. I mean, we were talking about it earlier. Like the fasting, the Jews were fasting on Mondays and Thursdays. So the Christians decided in the Didache, we don't want to fast on the same day as the Jews. Right? And it's like, you guys decided.
Well, we fast on Wednesday because Jesus was arrested on Wednesday, and on Friday because that's when he was crucified.
The Didache specifically says that you fast not on Mondays and Thursdays,
like the
because-
hypocrites. Yeah,
Yeah.
like the hypocrites, which is terminology.
Well,
for
they're
the
talking
Jews.
about the Jews.
Yeah,
Well,
which they are Jews themselves who are writing these documents.
I'm not so sure about that.
Oh, the Didache 100% is a very Jewish document.
Yes, Trey.
Which Jews? And are you saying that all the Jews at the current time fasted on all the same exact days?
Jews don't fast weekly anymore. I'll throw that out there.
No,
Well,
the Pharisees, the blah blah blah, the blah blah blah, the scenes, blah 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 blah.
right, but the fact is that the Pharisees were certainly after 70 were the Jewish culture that was dominant.
When do you think the Karaites come into all this? Are they kind of a medieval
Around
sect?
1,000, like they're pretty late.
Do they only accept the first 5 books, or do they accept the rest of the
No,
Bible
I
as
think
well?
they definitely have Psalms, but like the Karaites are definitely a later split from Rabbinic Judaism. Like they're less than 1,000 years old.
Sorry, Trey. I don't mean to dominate the conversation. Go ahead.
I was just wondering, are they still around?
The Karaites, I mean, they've kind of become like the Noachites. They've started recently taking converts, and they've become a online thing, and a bunch of Christians are like, because all these Christians who don't want the leavening of the Pharisees and stuff, so they've decided they love the Karaites. It's like the dispensationalists love the Orthodox Jews, but some of them have decided they want to find new modern day Sadducees, so they found the Karaites. There's this guy Nehemiah something. He has a blog, Nehemiah's Wall. I made a video about him.
So technically, if you're talking about, to be specific, fasting as the hypocrites do, that term would only mean the Pharisees, right? And it would only be specific of the Pharisees if we're taking, because I believe that comes as well as in Mark, right?
I mean, I'm guessing.
It's hard to see if it's like Jews, but I think that like the main theological opponents are the Pharisees for sure. I mean, well, not even I would probably say the Sadducees. The Sadducees screw over the Christians the most. Like in my perspective, at least.
But the Sadducees, I mean, they basically after 70 they disappeared.
But like Jesus going to the temple and clearing out the temple, that's because the Sadducees were like were screwing with exchange rates essentially. You know, like in the court of the Gentiles. So like he was most critical of that, in my opinion, because it's like, okay, the Gentiles come to the court of the Gentiles and you're giving them a buck exchange rate. Like I don't know the exact denominations, but it's like a 50% like extra expenditure just to be a Gentile in the Gentile court. And that's where he freaks out.
I don't know where you got those details from. I'm not aware that we're that sure of what exactly was going on. I'm guessing there's some sort of Eastern Orthodox tradition about this stuff.
I can't like specifically cite the literature right this second, but I was reading about Second Temple Judaism, specifically about the court of Gentiles, because I wanted to see how Gentiles were participating in the temple at that time. And
different groups had very different ideas on whether they should be allowed to participate or not, and the Essenes very much did not think they should be allowed to participate at all.
That's where I think it's weird when people try to say that Jesus is from an Essene sect too. It's like if you know anything about the Essenes or Qumran, the Qumran community, it's like that. It like there's definitely overlaps in terms of the apocalypse like outlook, but it doesn't like in the details seem very consistent at all with John the Baptist or Jesus in my mind.
Well, certainly not what is represented in the Christian Bible, but the people who believe that the Essenes were like James Tabor kind of seems to. Well, no, most people seem to say that Jesus was probably somebody who broke off from the Qumran Essenes. But it's hard to know this stuff. It really is.
Jacob, would you say that the Qumran community was justified in their ideas?
No, they were obviously wrong.
Why?
They thought the current calendar was a pagan sort of like, you know, conceitment, because all the months are named after Babylonian deities in the Jewish calendar. So I think that they were like extra Puritan.
Yeah, they wouldn't go to the bathroom on the Sabbath. They had prohibitions on rescuing your animals on the Sabbath if you're like if one of your animals fell in a ditch on the Sabbath, they would leave it there.
Okay, but I guess I mean, like, wasn't the reason the Qumran community was created is that they basically believed that the Pharisees were corrupt in some sense? That's why
Pharisees and Sadducees. I mean,
they were priests. Yeah, they were the priests.
Everybody thought, pretty much everybody thought that the main temple was corrupted. Like the idea that the temple was going to be destroyed and rebuilt was, as far as I know, a very popular one.
Right. Do you think they were justified in that?
In that part of their, I mean, they had a lot of beliefs. They had a lot of weird beliefs, including apocalypticism. And they thought the apocalypse was upon them, and they were wrong.
Right. I mean, so did the Rebbe, but that's a side.
No.
You don't think the Rebbe? I mean, I don't know.
The Rebbe said the exact same things. He quoted directly out of the Talmud whenever he talked about this stuff.
Is Chabad Zionist in general?
No.
They're very anti-Zionist, yeah. Okay, so like, I mean, not. I shouldn't say. I want to say like like I can't remember what the other group's called, where they literally have Palestinian flags and they're like, yeah, like every Jew that dies, it's deserved.
Yeah, no, that's those people are crazy. Neturei Karta. Yeah, that's
Yes.
those, like, even Satmar has to distance themselves from Neturei Karta. Chabad was certainly in the very, I mean, they could have been called anti-Zionist. The Chabad, I mean, I have videos on this, but the Chabad way of looking at it is very complex and usually defies simple categorization that people try to put these things into. Let's put it this way. The Rebbe, for non-religious reasons, supported like the people living in Israel who are Jewish, not because of Zionism, but simply because there are Jews living there. And so it wasn't, he did not assign any eschatological or religious significance to the fact lots of Jews were now living in Israel, other than it's a great thing. I mean, we want as Jews to return to Israel one day, but he did not think of it as anything eschatological, and I think it's wrong to ascribe any eschatological significance to the fact that there are Jews living in Israel right now.
How?
It's a down payment of the world to come, Jacob. Don't you understand?
How offensive would it be if I made a PowerPoint slide saying how Jesus is reincarnated into the Rebbe?
That would the good luck with that one. I think that's an incredible claim.
I mean,
well, that's the thing that's weird about Judaism is there's this conception of reincarnation that I find baffling. That I'm like, where the hell
find
is
baffling?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, to me, it doesn't come. To me, it's
Yeah,
the most
so-
mystifying. Not to be disrespectful.
I have a
will say.
question for you.
Yes.
Okay. So Jesus asks his disciples, "What do the people say I am?" And what are the answers that his disciples get?
You're going on about the Elijah, like
Elijah. Who else?
John the Baptist.
Well, John the Baptist is like the actual Elijah, but you have Moses and Elijah, right?
Hold on. What do his people are saying that he's John the Baptist, right?
Mm-hmm.
How can he be John the Baptist if John the Baptist baptized him?
Maybe
he's
those
doing the
people
same
are saying-
things. I think he's baptizing people.
Yeah.
So they're like, "Hey,
Yeah,
you're doing.
those
Who are you? Who in whose actions are you coming?" Like,
Yeah.
So the understanding that people's souls can be embodied in other people is something that's clear even in the Christian Bible.
I wouldn't say like so for us. Like when we say soul, we mean life.
Yeah, I know. Your idea of soul is the Greek one. I'm talking about a Jewish version of the soul.
Well, okay. So what about when the oh god, the Witch of Endor summons, summons.
Exactly.
Yeah, but no, that's
Exactly.
him. That's Samuel. That's Samuel. That's Samuel incorporeal brought up. That's not
Is it?
somebody else. That is.
it?
Yeah, and they refer to him as Elohim. I
And
believe.
and he's wearing a coat.
It's a demon.
How's he wearing a coat?
A demon. It's literally a demon.
So like I guess it's this is one of these gaps I don't think we're able to close because like for me the conception of reincarnation, like numbers get in the problem of reincarnation in my opinion. Like how are there more people now that are alive than died? Like where are these souls coming from to embody the current people now?
Okay, so I understand when you hear reincarnation, because you have a very different concept of soul and life and the way things work than the Jewish one. So it sounds very strange to you. That's understandable. But that's because, and whenever someone brings souls up, right? So in Jewish terms, are you married yet, Sebastian?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so you and your wife share a soul.
Yeah, we become one.
You
We
share
each other's
a
lives.
soul.
See, like if my wife died, I'm still me. Like my identity is
No,
associated
not
with
in
my
Jewish
soul.
terms. You really aren't.
Wait, okay, so question. I know that you hold the Rebbe in high esteem. Did his wife die before he did?
Yes, she did.
Was he Jewish? Was he a human after she died?
Not in the same way.
But he was more holy towards the end of his life. He had even more of
See,
not
I
the eternal
actually
weeks.
no. See that this was again. You're thinking of things in very very different terms. So when people bring up like the concept of reincarnation, or they start asking about Jewish souls, the first thing Jewish ideas of the soul, the first thing I tell them is you're thinking of souls in a very different way than we do as Jews. We believe in fractional souls. We believe in multiple souls. We believe in gaining and losing souls. So one of the oldest prayers in our prayer book, it's mentioned in the here, I'll pull it up. It's mentioned in the Talmud, and I pointed it out to Father Stephen, and he's the one who pointed out the fact that similar things happen in the Psalms all the time. We speak to our own soul. We speak to our own soul. Like, do you understand that? Like, how do you speak to your own soul?
Like in my mind, the soul is what animates the body, and you're using your body to say something about the state of your soul. Like, I mean, that's just my initial, just giving you my thoughts. You know what I mean?
So this is one of the oldest prayers in Judaism. My God, the soul which you bestowed in me is pure. You created it, you formed it, you breathed it into me, and you preserve it within me. You will eventually take it from me and restore it in me in the time to come. So long as the soul is within me, I give thanks to you, Hashem, my God, and God of my fathers, Lord of all creatures, Master of all souls.
No more email. No more text.
What do you mean?
Huh? You didn't text me back.
What was I saying? Sorry about that.
And the God of my fathers, Lord of all my creatures.
Yeah. Blessed are you, Hashem, who restores souls to dead bodies. Right? So, and in the Psalms, there's several places, there are many places where you speak to your soul, Baruchi nafshi, bless, O my soul. It's a command you give to your own soul, right? So commanding your soul is it's a real, like, that is completely foreign to the Greek concept of soul.
So like when God breathed Adam's soul into his body, that's when he became a living person. So like
he became whole. I mean, this is the thing. That's what I mean when I say, so like this is Jewish law. Until you are married, you are not considered a human being.
This gets so complicated because we're using English, so like we have these general ideas of what these words mean. And so when you go across, all I know is like what I not. So what you're saying is the Hindu conception of reincarnation is different from the Jewish conception of
Very,
reincarnation.
very.
Okay, because when we hear in English, and I know you're basically, fully like you came from a different country, right? You
Yeah.
came from Iran, and you're here now. But like you understand when we say that, like when we hear reincarnation, we think that like, okay, Moses could come back as a butterfly.
There's okay. So there's a reason why oftentimes it gets translated as transmigration of souls. Instead of reincarnation.
That's Origin, yeah. Origin believes in that.
But we have this idea of fractional souls. We have this idea that Moses' soul is in a sense included in the soul of every Jew.
Would you say the same about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob too?
Not in the same way.
Okay. Even though he's genetically and spiritually the father of every Jew, and we would say Christians as well, but like, even though
Abraham, we believe Abraham is the father of all nations. I mean, we refer to everyone as a child of Abraham.
Okay.
We refer to literally everyone as a child of Abraham, including all the Gentiles.
Right. It's just a different level of participation.
No, I mean, Israel are the spiritual children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, whereas Ishmael and his brothers were the children of Abraham, and Esau or Edom were the children of Abraham and Isaac. And only Israel is Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Okay. Question. Okay, so Jews don't eat meat with cheese.
Correct.
Does Abraham not give the angel of the Lord lamb and cheese?
This is the oldest question. Like it's discussed in the Talmud itself. And first and foremost, it has to be said that we do believe that the Torah was given at Sinai. Second, we still allow people to eat milk products and then eat meat, just not together and not the other way around. And if you read the verse carefully, you will see he served them, I think it says butter, and then meat. But in any case, that's not a law that we believe applied before Sinai.
Okay. Like from what I've gathered from like looking at Judaism is like there's this idea of like guardrails of like maybe some of the rabbinical rulings are like more to keep people further from transgressing it. Those bounds are supposed to keep them in a perimeter off the cliff. Like, do you know what I'm saying?
There definitely is that, but we derive the prohibitions of meat and milk, 3 different prohibitions because it's mentioned 3 times.
Okay. What brought that to my attention initially, like I never caught that part in Genesis either, because like the Orthodox Christians believe the angel of the Lord is the pre-incarnate Logos, aka Jesus. So, but that's an interesting dynamic there. But I was reading, I was reading about pagan rituals in the ancient Near East, and one of the rituals that is talked about is boiling essentially a mother goat with its direct offspring as part of a sacrifice to whatever kind of deity they're sacrificing to. Like, do you think when God was giving these laws on Sinai, do you think it's because Israel was in Egypt for so long and they were like they had included so much of this paganism before Sinai?
You're looking at causation in a very different way than I say I would, because ultimately I believe that the world exists as it was created by God, right? So things exist first and foremost because they are the Torah in the Torah. So for me, it's not a matter of, oh, if these Near Eastern tribes were doing that, I would be more apt to say they were doing it because the Torah in the future may have prohibited it, but that's the chain of causation. Like Torah pre-exists creation.
But okay, so when I think I know you guys are Muslims, you know. I know that so like when you say the Torah, do you mean the what God considered just for humans to do in his divine conception existed before he created the earth, or are you saying that the Torah itself as written by God / Moses on Mount Sinai existed before the world?
In the beginning, there was the Word, and the Word was with God.
Like, the Torah is Jesus.
No, the Torah is the Torah.
But the Torah is also the Word, you said.
Yeah, Word. Yes, the Torah is Devar.
That's a very different way than first century Jews thought of the word. The Memnon. Have you read the Targums by chance? Just curious. I don't know if you read Aramaic or not.
I read some Aramaic, yes. Which Targums are you talking about? Targum Onkelos?
Oh, this is going like my memory exists in like information without sources. So this is really rough talking to somebody about things. But there's several Targums I've read that tend to mention Memron or Memnon. I can't remember.
Memra, yeah. Okay, so that's a whole. Okay.
But they use it the way that we use it, I think, than you're using it. I'm not saying that ours is 100% right and your guys is 100% wrong. I just think there's two different modes of thinking.
I mean, ultimately, like, what can I tell you? Yeah, Christianity is based on Greek thought.
Okay, Greek thought. I'm going everywhere with this. We started with many different topics, but I don't think we're going to ever resolve the transmigration of souls because that's just.
Hold on, you mean we're not going to completely fix all of the world's theological problems in this one stream tonight?
Definitely not me, not the lay Sebastian.
I thought by the end of this stream everything would be perfectly clear.
If we get a awesome timely appearance from Father Stephen DeYoung with enough hours left in the night, maybe he can.
He's been extremely busy, and I can tell that because he hasn't responded to my emails.
And he refers to you.
Are you back, Andrew?
You're muted, Andrew.
I first muted you because your mom was showing up on the stream way too much. But then I decided, why don't I take him off until he's finished talking to his mommy?
He saved you. He was being a bro for you, Andrew. I saw what he was doing.
This stream is not planned for anything, but I'm definitely going to bed at midnight. I decided to stream because my class got canceled. But now we have a new guest, somebody to talk to.
I've been waiting to hop on a stream for a long time. Like I've been waiting for somewhere in the stream where I catch it to where the topic is like, oh, that's interesting. Like let's go on that thread.
See, this is why I do the thing where I just sit there and don't say anything, because that convinces people, oh, okay, I guess I have, like, this is my opportunity.
Yeah.
So I actually do that. Just sit here quietly on the stream.
You're an enigma on YouTube. I don't know if you realize that. Like talking to a Jew non-confrontationally about Christianity or just even Judaism for that matter is nearly impossible, which is understandable for
Non-confrontationally? Am I
So,
not
like-
confrontational, Andrew?
No, because you're not like me for
There's some
confrontation is avoiding topics you disagree on for the sake of not having confrontation. That's a confrontation intellectually for myself. It's just like I'm not gonna inquisition you. I just am curious because nobody knows anything about your community.
Well, that's one of the things that I have realized is, yeah, Judaism is very enigmatic. Like actual Judaism, like people who actually believe in God. I'm not talking about reform or conservative. Like I'm talking about genuine people who believe in God. Like, face it. I mean, I'll admit it. When I was more religiously involved, if a Christian came up to me and asked questions, I would very politely beg off and like go do something else. Because like there's a serious prohibition of evangelizing in my religion, and I get accused of evangelizing a lot. And to the extent that the accusation is true, then I am guilty of something that is, and I seriously believe is horrible. So the question becomes, why would I put myself in this situation?
To me, I feel like one of the good things, I think there's many good things about Judaism. I was really investigating it before Christianity. I went to a Messianic synagogue for a time, which was weird. It was like baptized with yarmulkes on. Like 3/4 of them weren't Jews, but they had like the biggest yarmulkes you could ever imagine on their
Of
heads.
course. Yeah.
It was the most cringe thing ever.
If-
and like
if-
the
if
search
you're
for
going-
authenticity was not ended there.
If you're going to wear Judaism as a garb, you're going to wear it like a transvestite wears their femininity. So just like a drag queen wears like femininity, wears like the longest fingernails and the biggest heels, and like it's the most exaggerated and garish version of femininity that's like obviously fake. That's the same of fake Judaism.
It was just funny because like there was a decent amount of Jews in that synagogue, but none of them looked anything like the people who wanted to be the Jews at the synagogue. You could tell, you could just see it. You know, it's just like the rabbi who was legitimately a Jew. Like it just did not have the same flamboyance, I think, as like some of these other folks with like, it was funny. Like this guy, you know, blue eyes, blonde hair, wearing like a Yemenite yarmulke, like a Yemenite head covering. It's just like, where did you just thought it looked cool? It made no sense. It made no sense at all. But what I was going to say with the Noahide movement, I think that's respectable. Like one thing before I learned about the Noahide movement, I thought that Jews didn't care about Gentiles at all. You know, that's how it's perceived. Like when I've come across Jews, like my dad's side of the family, half of the cousins are Jews. They're Ashkenazi Jews, but it's all kinds of messed up. But their grandparents didn't like us. That's how I felt, at least.
Well, okay, I have to admit something, which is Jews can be just as racist and horrible as Gentiles. And when and this is one of the things that I told Andrew when he was baptized in the Coptic church. I told him, you know, Andrew, the people who actually believe that the baptismal waters actually mean something will actually care that you were baptized into this church, and they will see you as a brother. But the people who are members of this church just ethnically, because they were born into it, and don't actually believe in the waters of baptism causing any change whatsoever, are going to see you as a white Asian foreigner. And the fact that you got baptized isn't going to mean anything to them. And
Yeah.
the same is true of a Jew who doesn't actually believe in Judaism, right? They're not going to believe that God created the Gentiles, or that if a Gentile converts to Judaism, that they're actually Jewish. And so the less you believe in God, the more racist your Judaism becomes.
Yeah, because the only thing that's keeping that connection at that point is the genetic component.
Right.
And I've been fortunate enough in our Antiochian community, we have, like, my priest, for instance, is a Syrian refugee. And the stories he has of, like, when ISIS blew up their church, he was doing funerals with fingers he found on the ground. Very different culture, and I believe that America has caused a lot of those problems over in Syria to begin with. But all of those people that have come over here have been so welcoming. They don't look at me as a non-Arab. They just know that they can't speak Arabic to me or my wife. But I know that the ethnocentrism is a problem everywhere in every community. Like the German Catholics were separate from all the other Catholics for a long time.
Yeah,
and it's unfortunate because it's just not what I see in Genesis. Like, for me, what I see in Genesis is like Israel's, like, God makes humanity. Humanity is one humanity up until the point of Babylon, of the Tower of Babel. After that, he disperses the nations that are under the authority of some sort of angels that end up being worshipped as gods. They go astray. Abraham's picked out of the nations to be separate, to draw the nations back in. And I've always seen that drawing of the nations brought back in fulfilled in Christianity.
So this is what somewhat pisses me off about Romans 10. When Paul talks about the Gentiles being adopted into the family of God and being grafted in, like, who was their father before they were adopted? Like, what tree did they belong to? Like, it seriously, like, this is one of the things that makes me think, no, Paul was never actually taught Judaism. Is like, what kind of a Jew thinks that Gentiles have a different father?
So for me in particular, what that tree refers to is the tree of life in the garden, the tree of eternal life.
Okay.
And so the Jews' purpose, and when I say Jews, I just mean Israelites and Jews now, because that's all we have pretty much. But it's like that their purpose, they are the root and the stem of the tree of life. And the Gentiles were cut off because of how we conducted ourselves after the Tower of Babel. We didn't have to worship these spiritual beings as gods. We didn't have to fall into idolatry and all these things. We did. But God knew that was going to happen since the creation of the world, and before that in eternity. And so, like, he works around our faults. And I think that's what Israel's, and it's interesting because if you look at Paul's missionary, it follows the table of nations that's laid out in Genesis. Like, the nations that are mentioned are the nations he goes to in Genesis. And so I think that he really thinks that that's what he's doing. I think that he thinks he's called to bring back in the Gentiles to the tree of eternal life. It was not going to end up in eternal life for them.
But how does so this idea he has of the law versus non-law, right? Like how did God not reveal himself to the other nations without Paul? Like what's he talking about?
So for me, it's like a lot of the religions, like most ancient religions, indigenous religions, will have some sort of recognition of the flood. They'll have some racial memory of the flood. They'll have in their pantheism, in the background, there's always the supreme God who faded away. There's always this character in the succession myths, especially in like the Middle East, where you have these gods who are constantly killing who want to usurp their father, but the father never really gets usurped, and he's always kind of kicking their ass. And so it's like, yeah, we never weren't, that never wasn't our father, but that's not who we made our father. We made our father Zeus. We made our father Odin. We made our father all these people.
You made your father Jesus.
No, we made the father our father.
This is why I think Eastern Orthodoxy is far better than any other form of Christianity. At least you guys have the monarchy of the Father.
Yeah,
Eastern.
yeah. It's well, Eastern is east of the Mississippi in terms of this east. But the cops, everybody has retained that understanding of the Trinity. To me, that's the only way you can make sense of the Trinity. Because if you read the Trinity in an egalitarian, or like the texts that constitute the source material for the Trinity, you're not going to make sense of it unless you start with who is being called capital God most of the time, and it's the Father.
So I mean, I have to go back to my general question about that. Like, if you truly believe that Jesus was some sort of God incarnate, why didn't he teach the Trinity better than Constantine?
Well, Constantine didn't participate. That's like one of the things. Like Constantine didn't participate in the council.
Okay, whoever it was.
Like those are the fathers that we have the writings of.
Yeah. Why wasn't Jesus better at writing a creed? Like, why didn't he just like write a creed, like give you a creed, that works better as well, if not better, as the Nicene Creed? Because it seems to me that like Trinitarians believe Jesus
why didn't
was
Moses
God,
give
but they
13
also believe.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Why not Noah? Why not Moses? Why not Adam? Like who? Why did?
I
Moses
completely agree. Like, yeah, why isn't the Trinity anywhere in the Bible? Like, yeah, that's a good question.
Okay, so
But
okay, yeah, you go for it. Sorry.
But an even better question is, like, if Jesus was the greatest of all prophets, right?
I don't think Jesus was a prophet.
Okay.
But yes.
Like, okay, like, why? I mean, even Paul, like, it took hundreds of years after the Bible to come up with the most important single idea in Christianity. That makes sense to you?
But I don't think that multiplicity within God is introduced by Christianity. I think it's pre-existent. I think the Bible itself has multiplicity language within the one God.
Okay, so use the biblical language. Why do you need this Trinity?
So, like, okay, so in the Holy Spirit in your tradition, like, how is the Holy Spirit a person?
No.
Does the Holy
This
Spirit
whole word "person" is a Christian
agency? Like agency. Does the Holy Spirit act within? so does the Holy Spirit? Okay, when the Holy Spirit descends on Saul, does he do that with the accordance of the Father? Like, does he do that with does he have a will that matches with the Father?
That matches with I mean, listen to what you're saying.
The Father's will is done out through the other two persons of the Trinity.
So like, I mean, this whole thing, like, and look, give me biblical language and I can be like, okay, that's in the Bible. But like, none of this stuff is biblical language. Like, it's hilarious to me to hear, like, I understand you're Eastern Orthodox, so you have like the Orthodox and you have the patristics and you have tradition, but it's hilarious to me to hear Protestants, like sola scriptura Protestants, trying to defend the Trinity and never cite a single verse in the entire Bible.
Yeah, and especially if your thing is sola scriptura, where you have to memorize everything to be saved, almost. It seems strange. But like, I still don't think so. Like, Kabbalah is something that to Gentiles, I think, is it's like one of two ways. It's either you view it as like just basically a magical spell book, or you view it as like some sort of like more mystical tradition of Judaism.
But don't bother with it at all.
No. What I'm saying though is what's talked about in the Kabbalah is not too far away from our concept of personhood in the Trinity, from what I understand. And I know that you can't go into all the details, but I feel like there's definitely something hidden from the general populace that lends some credence to the idea of multiplicity within one.
No. So okay, the fact is that like the general basics of faith are what those things that the Bible teaches clearly and teaches repeatedly. Like, those are the basics of our faith. Now, if you want to start looking into more deep philosophical, like the problems of the one and the many and Revelation and you can do that, but you have to start with what we say about God is what God says about God, not what we come up with at a council of a bunch of idolaters and a murderer named Constantine. Like,
David was a murderer, though, by that same criteria.
Who was a murderer?
David has killed his thousands and Saul.
Guess why? Guess why he didn't get to build the temple?
Yeah, but he's still a holy man. He would like, okay, maybe you don't have a concept of sainthood, but he's a holy person. David?
He was somebody who repented of his sins, and that's great. But like, human beings are human beings. They're human beings. Like,
what are we saying about human beings that is different?
You worship human beings.
We worship one human being.
Okay.
But no. But the thing is, we don't worship his humanity in any regard. It's not his humanity it's not the human nature that's worshipped. It's the eternal Word of God taking on human nature that we believe redeems us. So it's like, it's not that now we just worship a man in place of God. It's we worship the God.
You kind of do. Like, that's. I mean, ultimately, when you go into a Christian, like, I've been inside of an Eastern Orthodox church, and who's Pantocrator on, like.
Well, God created through speaking everything into existence. So who's the master of the universe?
God.
Yes, but how did he do that? How did he make the world?
Look, you can give me reasons all you want. Like, this is another thing that always gets me. Like, hearing Christians explain why the Hebrew Bible spends so much time talking against idolatry and polytheism, only to come back and be like, nope, you know what? The idolaters were always right.
I don't think okay, so like this is maybe my perspective. That's fair though. That's fair criticism. If you have the Protestant perspective, what an idol was, like we know what an idol was. We have ritual texts from what happened when you made an idol. You had the opening of the nostrils ritual, which was you breathing life into the idol, which was what God does to Adam. It's an inversion of what God did.
I have an idea. How about we do what the Bible does, which is where there were idols, as opposed to putting an icon or anything else, you put nothing there.
What do you do with all the first, second, third, and fourth and fifth century synagogues that have plenty of icons in them?
Icons in front?
All around you, the Doriopa synagogues.
Around, behind you as decorations, fine. Decorations are great. Have decorations. That's not the same thing as bowing down before an idol.
So I guess from my perspective, it's just like it's not an idol at all, like even close to an idol. First, we don't worship them at all. If there's any Orthodox has ever told you we look at an icon and worship that icon, that's idolatry. But
okay.
okay, so when somebody kisses the eunuch's hand,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
is that idolatry? It's not. I would never say that is. They say that's showing respect. They're venerating the eunuch as
they realize.
knowledge.
I mean, any Jew should. I mean, if you don't realize he's a human being, I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah. So like for the saints, for us, they're humans still. They're alive.
Yeah.
They're just without their body.
Jesus and Mary, on the other hand, are uber humans.
No. Mary has no different human nature than we do.
Okay.
So like she has the same human nature as all of us. She doesn't have any component of a pre-existent God.
I have difficulty even saying the words you guys translate her title into.
Theotokos?
Yeah.
Okay. Jacob, you believe.
Come on. How can you say those words? Like
Jake, I want you to enter the mind space, right? I just want you to go down the Gentile hole with me real quick. Okay, God can do anything, can he not? Yes.
Please stop. No. God cannot make a stone so heavy that he cannot lift it.
I'm not going to say that one. What I'm saying
I am saying that one. God cannot make a stone, so God cannot it is not possible for God to be incarnated into a human being. That is not possible. That would be a negation of God himself. That is not a possibility. That is no more a possibility than God creating a stone so heavy that he cannot lift it. Like, God cannot create a stone. God cannot die. There are things God by nature cannot do, because to do those things would be to cease to be God.
Man, it never loops back around.
It's interesting to me. It's like we can all accept that a God can take nothing and make everything. You can never accept that a God can enter his own creation.
Of course not.
As in full dominion over the creation, to dwell. Like, why did
no? God has full dominion over his creation. That's why he cannot be a part of it.
So the king doesn't have his throne.
Cannot die. God forbid.
It's
God
interesting.
Cannot die. Like, the idea of God dying is ridiculous.
But what is dying? It's the separation of soul from body.
Yeah, with your weird idea of soul.
Well, how can something reincarnate without being somewhere else before? You know, like if you die and you reincarnate, you were somewhere else and then you're somewhere else. Like you're reincarnated somewhere else.
Your understanding of the Jewish concept of soul is very different from my understanding of the Jewish concept of soul. I understand my soul in such a way that if someone were to say to after I die to somebody else, you're Jacob, that would have some semblance of meaning.
That would refer to you.
In at least some way, whereas by
How does the yeah.
your reckoning, anybody saying of Jesus that he is John the Baptist is completely nonsense.
Well, we don't understand them. No, that's not at all. Like, so it's like if I do the same exact things as Elon Musk, you're like Elon Musk. You created a awesome Energizer Bunny, company that's just like Elon Musk. You're like Elon Musk. You're Elon Musk. There's no sense in which that can be true without it literally referring to his personhood and soul being transferred to me after he died.
In whatever way you understand that is one way of understanding the Jewish concept of transmigrations of souls.
Okay, so like, how would you describe that situation? Like, is there a way I could be Elon Musk? Say Elon Musk dies tomorrow, my son's born the same day. Is that relevant that he was born the same day, or does it matter at all?
I mean,
it gets confusing. We don't understand what you mean.
Yes, it gets very confusing, and there's a reason why these things are considered esoteric, advanced things that require a background, and like there's a reason some things, like I make this analogy constantly, like if you don't know your arithmetic, you can't learn algebra, and if you don't know algebra, you can't do calculus.
Yes. That's like for us though, when we talk about our doctrines, these doctrines weren't external for the most part. They're external in the sense of now the world has been exposed to Christianity and most people were Christians.
Well, yeah, I mean, I am very, very grateful that because of Christianity, Christians, that the Gentiles have moved from many, many gods down to 3. One of these days, I am hopeful they will keep on moving in the right direction. But
you're not willing to take us for our word when we say we only worship one God, the Father?
I mean, I've been
Like,
in your
I
churches.
don't-
I've been in your churches.
The Jesus, like the Eucharist is a sacrifice of Jesus to the Father.
Human sacrifices are not allowed in Judaism. I'm sorry.
I didn't stop now. But anyways,
we don't allow human sacrifice. Sorry, not a thing.
This is old ground. This is old ground.
It's old ground, Andrew, but it's crucial to like it's
say it again?
fundamental. It's a fundamental difference that I think is worth exploring, because I don't feel like a lot of these concepts he's talking about, like the Jewish transmigration of souls, has ever been expounded upon to the public by anybody ever.
What are you talking about? Just go to Chabad.org. It's all there. It's all there.
Is the Rebbe being the Messiah, and he's still alive? Is that on the Chabad website, or is that on a different one?
No, I mean, those people have lost their minds almost as much as Christians.
I don't know. You go to Brooklyn, and there's a bunch of signs with Mashiach.
Yeah,
on the Rebbe's face.
there are definitely crazy people in Brooklyn. There definitely exist crazy people in Brooklyn. Yes.
But what allows in their system for them to apply that to the Rebbe? And
The
not to
fact
Jesus.
that
The same
they-
things can't
the
apply to Jesus.
exact same thing that happened in Christianity, which is people who are so grief-stricken they've lost their mind and cannot fathom the death of someone they loved, and so they've lost their minds.
Okay, so back to the transmigration of souls. When you say that it's not a heresy per se to say that Jesus will be the Messiah, do you think that somebody will, in your guys' framework, have the same soul as Jesus? Like, do you view like you, because you said that like it's not a heretical thing to say, and which means to me in this conversation that you think that the Messiah might actually be somebody who has the same soul as Jesus.
I mean, there are ways I could frame that. Ultimately, I have to go back to Acts 5 and Gamliel. Like, if you believe that you know who the Messiah is, and that's somehow important, all you are doing is placing yourself in danger of finding yourself in the wrong place. And I do believe when the Messiah comes, unfortunately, some Christians are going to find themselves in that exact situation. And God is going to show them Acts 5 and be like, I warned you, don't do this.
Yeah, I think I think it's going to be an interesting time when who the Jewish people identify as the Messiah, how Christians think about that person.
A lot of people are going to think it is the Antichrist, and
I think most people will think it's the Messiah. I think most Christians will.
I hope so. I certainly hope so, because their own Bible, that's what was most surprising to me. Like, I always approach the Christian Bible as Christians know their Bible better than I know their Bible. Me reading a few pages or reading it once or, is never going to help me understand what it's saying, as well as someone who has lived their life and, lives their life according to Christianity, understands their Bible. So I believed Christians when they said that Jesus taught X, Y, or Z, or, that their Bible says X, Y, or Z. And the biggest surprise I had was to find out Christians have no effing clue what their Bible says. Like, no clue. Like, not even close.
So like from that perspective, like how would you privilege how you understand our Bible to how like the misunderstandings that you think that they're saying about our Bible, like what privileges your interpretation of that? Because like we have a privilege of like the fathers and whatnot.
I'll give you an example. So I read the section where it says Jesus went to the synagogue as was his custom.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And he was handed a scroll and he read out of Isaiah and he said, this has been
fulfilled,
right? So what I, as a Jew, obviously understood was he went to the synagogue, he was called up to the Torah for the Haftarah, and he was reading the Haftarah. You don't know what an Haftarah is.
Yes, I do. I have one from Vienna, 1923, right now in my bookcase. Funny story from a garage sale in like a hick town out of the middle of nowhere.
A Haftarah is the section that's read after the reading of the Torah in synagogue. It's like oftentimes from Isaiah, it's a section that's read after the normal reading.
Right. Like this one that I have is the five. It's printed in Vienna. So it says the 5 books of Moses with Haftorah.
Oh, okay. So like, yeah, the Haftarah is printed with the 5 books of Moses. Okay.
They only have half the Torah? What?
It's it's like a liturgical.
Okay, I'm joking. Don't worry.
Don't do the math.
Haftarah. Actually, the word doesn't. It's a different T. It's with a tet, not a taf. So it's a different T that in Hebrew. It's a completely different word. But like you've been to a Messianic synagogue. You've been to a synagogue. You know what a Jewish service looks like. Well, the vast majority of Christians have never like they have no clue what an Amidah is, right? They have zero clue what an Amidah is. So when Jesus says this is how you should pray, right?
Yeah.
Or when Jesus says Mark 12, right? Or a lot of things. When it says in that on the cross he said, my God, why have you forsaken me? While the Christians who actually understand that means he recited Psalm 22, like your average Baptist has no clue that's what that means.
Right.
Right? So
they ignore the most of the Old Testament, you know, because they have this view that, oh, well, that's the old stuff. I've been told this many times, and it's just so frustrating to me. It's like it's the same God. I don't know what you're talking about. Like from my perspective, obviously you disagree, but
but when Acts 15 says Moses is read every week in the synagogues, right?
Yeah.
Well, Moses isn't read every week in Christian churches, that's for sure.
It is every Saturday. Every Saturday there'll be a portion. That's the Sabbath. It's the Sabbath. I'm telling you, every Saturday at the Vesper service.
And how many people go?
I mean, so generally speaking, like your more devout people will be there on a Saturday. Sorry.
Okay.
So like when I go Saturday for Vespers, and then I go for Orthros and the Divine Liturgy. But the reason I do that is because
I'm glad you are far more. But when it comes down to it, the services generally people go to are on Sunday.
Yeah, and it doesn't
and
have
that's
almost
not
any
where
mention.
you read.
Yeah.
And certainly you don't recite the Shema. In fact, Saint Justinian, I believe Justinian is a saint in the Eastern Orthodox Church, isn't he?
No, he's not a saint. Don't worry, he's not a saint.
Justinian's a saint. Justinian,
worry,
our blessed Saint
he's
Justinian is definitely a saint.
Made it illegal to recite Deuteronomy 6:4.
Okay, so I saw that in a conversation with you and Father Stephen Diego. Did you ever provide him that source? Because just so I could read it myself. I'm not aware of that.
I have no. He never provided me the source. I asked him about it because the only source I've been able to find for it is Orthodox Wiki.
Yeah, well, it's a wiki. Even if it's an Orthodox wiki, it's a wiki.
I know, but Father Stephen said we don't actually have the text of Justinian's code, but apparently, as far as I know, this is undisputed. I have not been able to verify.
Yeah.
Mike, I don't speak Greek. You can, I mean, if you want to try to track it down, all the power to you. But would you be surprised?
I wouldn't even. So like for me, that wouldn't be a problem. Like he could be wrong. Like, so that's like one of these things of like people think that we think that saints aren't wrong. Like saints are made saints for the exceptions usually than the rule.
But recognize how far Christianity has gotten from God, how it has turned its back on God, that it can make illegal reciting the commandment that Jesus says is the most important commandment. Like Mark 12, very clear. And for Christians to make it illegal, not only do they not recite it, like I don't see how you look at Christian history and not recognize that Christianity has turned its back, certainly on the God of Jesus, which is the God of Israel, but on Jesus himself.
So like this whole line, you know, it doesn't surprise me. Like throughout the whole Bible, it's just filled with people doing the opposite of what they should be doing.
Okay, so thank God. I hope one of these days Christianity will repent of its sins and come back to Judaism.
Yep. We pray for all of the Protestants and Catholics to come back into communion with the Orthodox Church. The Copts aren't far, so I'm glad. I love Coptics. I love
I'm just saying, you
Ethiopians,
know, it was
especially.
Justinian who did all that.
Justinian, like just like any others, like St. Augustine's a really good example of somebody who can be a saint but still have like pretty severe errors in his writing.
I mean,
Like,
look
that's
at all of the
He made
Trinitarians.
it illegal,
I mean,
like he made being a Copt illegal.
Basically every single saint in Eastern Orthodoxy was a Trinitarian. Like all of them, almost all of them, after like
including St. James.
apostles, right? The only people who there's Justin, who was a Binitarian. I mean, he talked about the two gods, right? But
That's like the two gods in heaven, like the same thing that
right,
was debated in the Talmud.
there is definitely no fight whatsoever that there have been Jews who have been idolaters. Like, this is the funniest, like, I don't even understand how you can make this argument. There were Jews who were idolaters, so idolatry is fine. Like,
No.
like,
That's
yeah,
not what I'm saying. What you said is
there
that
have
this whole idea of the
definitely been
Trinity.
Jews who believed in multiple gods. Polytheistic Jews is not an innovation. It's not from the Talmud. Like Jeremiah, Elijah talks about him. Like Moses talks about them. So
Right.
like, yes, there have always existed Jews who were in fact idolaters.
So
That's
Constantine
not a-
didn't invent this, is what I'm saying.
Yes, Constantine did not invent. Yes, Constantine.
That's what I
very
was getting
definitely
back
did
to.
Not invent idolatry and polytheism. He was not the first. That's for sure.
Okay, so even the way that you've been explained by like Dr. Bo Branson and Father Stephen DeYoung on the monarchical Trinity, you still think that's idolatrous?
No, actually, that the monarchical Trinity is not nearly as bad. My problem with the monarchical Trinity is the idea of three canonical hypostases, because we do not believe that any hypostasis of God can be considered equal to God. So there is the idea of the one and the many, and God is the one, and there can be an infinite many which are hypostases of God, but that none of the hypostases is properly referred to as God.
Okay, how many hypostases were revealed in the Old Testament?
Infinite.
Like,
Infinite.
what are their names?
There are many names of God in the Bible.
So like
There's definitely more than three.
Okay, but the angel of the Lord, that character, that hypostasis, would you say that's a hypostasis of God?
Not just that. I would say Abraham was a hypostasis of God. I would say David was a hypostasis of God. I would say Adam was a hypostasis of God, because it says in the image of God he made them. So like, this idea of three canonical hypostases which are somehow equal to God in a way that is different from Genesis 1, the idea that God can be represented in the world by a human being is not a Christian idea. That's Genesis 1. The idea that a human being can uniquely represent God in a way that other human beings don't, that's Christian idolatry.
Yeah, I just don't think that anybody did what Jesus did or claimed to.
What did Jesus claim to, and what did he do?
He claimed to be the unique Son of God.
What did Jesus do?
What do you mean what he did? You know exactly what he did. I don't have to tell you what he did. That's how you know it's true.
What?
Like you know exactly what I mean by what Jesus did. Like Jesus.
No, I have zero clue what you think Jesus did.
Okay, that's a fair assessment. You can't know what I think. That's fair.
And many Christians have very different, like the work of the cross, as opposed to the Mormons, who are like, What cross? Like, no. I mean,
Yeah, but Mormons
Christianity,
aren't Christians. Come on, that's a low blow. You know they're not Christians. They're Mormons.
Christianity has, thank God, brought the Hebrew Bible to many far islands all over the world. I'm very happy that Christians are now reading the Hebrew Bible. That's beautiful, and it is like, just like Islam, Christianity has done great things in reducing the amount of idolatry in the world. I don't want.
But Jesus never taught to, marry a 7-year-old and consummate the marriage when she's 9. Jesus never killed anybody. So I feel like comparing Islam to
I have
Christianity is
news
crazy.
for you. It's very, very obvious that, like, the whole and 3 Magi thing obviously didn't happen any more than Jesus killed anyone at 7.
Yeah, it's a Book of the Cave of Treasures reference, of course.
I mean, like, the 3 Magi, like, if that actually happened, then why would the people in Nazareth not, like, why would they be like, is that Jesus? I mean, they saw the star.
They did it on the DL.
Well,
Like,
I mean, so like the
how did that
Magi are
happen?
like
cave outside of Nazareth, right?
the Magi are astrologers, and so like you have Paul like saying the same thing. Like everybody saw the signs in heaven. So like and the thing is like not everybody's going to be, and still aren't as acute to the solar cycles or the heavenly cycles and what they signify as
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
And why was Jesus's own family, after being visited by an angel and a star, why did they think Jesus was crazy?
I have no idea why they thought that.
I have an idea why they thought that. I'm sorry, the Gospels, like, this is not a story that hangs together.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised, obviously, that you think that. Like, I knew going into this talking to you, my intention is not to convert you, because I don't think it's possible. I think I think it would take a miracle, just like it's going to take the rest of the Jews miracles for them to convert at the end of the ages.
And I have to ask why that would be if Jesus is King of the Jews.
Oh, well, so when I say convert, I just mean recognize the Messiah. That's all I mean.
Well, I mean, if Jesus is the Messiah, he's the Messiah of everyone but the Jews.
All of the first disciples were Jews. All of them. I mean, like the 70 are all Jews. Like all the you look at the Malabar Christians, like the Southern Indian Christians, the St. Thomas Christians. Like their saints that founded the church with St. Thomas are like Saint Adai, which is I don't know what that name means in Hebrew, but he's Thaddeus. It's called Thaddeus. But anyways, all of these churches have recollections of specific Jewish people coming to preach the Messiah. Like, how would a pagan know what a Messiah is? They would have no conception of what a Messiah is. There had to be a Jew to tell them, like, oh, by the way, there's this person who's going to be called Mashiach in a unique sense that's not the same as the way that like Solomon and David were anointed.
Why not the same as Solomon?
Why weren't any of the kings? Why weren't they the Messiah that people were waiting for then?
Well, I mean, the person that the Bible calls quite clearly the Messiah of God is Cyrus.
You have Cyrus, you have David, you have
Cyrus was the Messiah of God. I mean, that's pretty clear.
Anointed, and anointed. Yes, he's anointed.
I mean,
but Cyrus didn't.
Havaya. He's called the Messiah of the Lord. Like you keep on talking about the angel of the Lord. It's like Messiah of the Lord.
Okay, but why did the Messianic age you expect not occur then? Because you were waiting for a unique Messiah that it is not applicable to. It
Because
has to be of the
oh,
land
you're
of-
right. Because
He's not a Jew. He's not a Jew.
No, because the Messianic era obviously hasn't happened yet.
But okay, could Andrew be the Messiah? He's a Gentile.
Sure, why not? I have zero stake in any particular person being the Messiah.
They don't even have to be a Jew.
Precisely the way that Gamliel in your Bible says, do not make this mistake. Do not make this mistake. Like my jaw was on the floor when I saw this.
So just for reference, Gamaliel is a saint for both Andrew and I. We believe he's a Christian. So
Then-
it's like,
Then I hope you listen to him and do not pick
he's wording the Sanhedrin.
and find yourself. Do not find yourself on the wrong. Do not find yourself fighting against God.
I don't. I try not to. I do all the time with my actions, but I try not to intentionally.
Okay, so like this idea that Jesus must be the Messiah. It's
Okay, what about the weeks in Daniel? Like,
what
okay,
about
so
the weeks and I love this. This is my favorite. So you've heard about my $5,000 challenge?
no.
Oh, this is one of my favorites. Okay. So my $5,000 challenge, Father Stephen actually came. You should watch the video with Father Stephen and my $5,000 challenge. It's I clipped it and I put it in the video section.
Mhm.
So this is my $5,000 challenge, and it's not my $5,000 challenge. It's
You don't have the $5,000?
I have the $5,000.
Okay.
And I will give you the $5,000. But this challenge has been issued many times before, and no one even claims to have claimed it. And when Father Stephen came on my channel and said, "Stop trying, you're not going to," people didn't believe that he actually said that, even though it's right there. $5,000 challenge. Give me any prophecy of the Messiah in the Hebrew Bible that Jesus uniquely fulfilled.
Bell and Dragon.
I mean, I'm not your guy for this. It's just
Well, nobody's. I mean, I'm telling you, Father Stephen said that you're not going to.
so.
you're
By
not going to
you,
do it.
when you say uniquely, do you mean that something he fulfilled was never fulfilled before?
Yeah.
Was never done before? Then there's already several things that can't be on that list.
Like walking into Jerusalem riding a donkey. Yeah, guess what? Like that's not unique, right? So, and the fact is, there's none. And the closest one, the best one anyone gives is Daniel's weeks. But there's a problem with Daniel's weeks, because when you read it in context, what it very clearly says is wait. It says wait. And it says, happy is the one who waits. And the one who waits the longest, like it's the clear message of Daniel, like that book.
Happy is the one that waits.
Yeah.
Andrew's waiting for Jesus.
And
That's why he's so happy and he smiles all the time. He just knows the Lord's coming back.
And that's the fact that Christians will point to Daniel, and in order to try to make it like, it's like you realize that the calculation, it over and over says, just wait.
I think that applies even today, like for us in my context at least.
Okay,
But-
so stop calling Jesus the Messiah. And
No, he's the
we'll be fine.
Messiah.
How do
He's
you know that? How do you know that, Sebastian?
Like, how do I know it in my own life?
How do you know it at all?
Experience. It's the same exact way that Moses knew God on top of Mount Sinai. Experience.
So you actually, so you experienced Jesus being the Messiah.
I experienced Jesus being Messiah every Sunday, at least every Sunday. Sometimes on Monday or Tuesday, depending if I do something really stupid, maybe not so much, but yes.
Sebastian, I hate to tell you this, but you obviously don't know what being the Messiah is.
The Redeemer of the world and Israel.
Where'd you get that from?
What do you think the Messiah is supposed to do in Judaism?
Very simple. Let's pick up on Isaiah chapter 2, I believe it is. Where's my Safaria? Safaria. Tanakh. Are you guys watching this? You're not watching this.
I'm watching you.
There we go. Safaria. Where's Isaiah?
Safari is a great resource. I saw it on one of the streams you linked, and it's pretty sweet. It's not as good as Logos, but I like the translation.
The word that Isaiah, the son of Amoz, was it Amos? Amos, sorry, saw concerning Yehuda and Jerusalem. And it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established on the top of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills, and all the nations shall flow onto it. And many people shall go and say, Come, and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob, and he will teach us of his ways, and we will walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth Torah, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. And he shall judge among the nations, and shall decide among many people. And they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. And nation shall not lift up sword upon nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. Now, since you're Eastern Orthodox, please tell me which church were the Russian soldiers and the Ukrainian soldiers who are murdering each other baptized into?
So, like, I don't know how the decisions of like secular administrations forcing people to go to war amongst each other, and how they would have any idea.
What does that have to do with the Bible saying, nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore? Jesus is obviously not the Messiah, because the Messiah has obviously not come. It's obvious.
Okay, why do you guys have these two people like Messiah Ben Yosef and Messiah? Okay, so you have this idea of this first and second, maybe not in a chronological sense and in the same person like we do, but you have, at least from my understanding of this, is that there seems to be a sense of like these the two different people, crucially, I think, distinguished by.
In Ezekiel, there's 4 craftsmen of the apocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
And this is an idea that goes way before Jesus, and it's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Actually, 3 or 4 messiahs. And frankly, many messiahs, because Cyrus was the Messiah. Because in a sense, Moses was the Messiah. Right? In a sense, David was the Messiah. Solomon was the Messiah. Because it's not what Christians believe. The Messiah is not God. That's Christians not understanding what it means to be King of the Jews.
Yeah, I think that we get hung up on this capital God. Like you're talking to at least somebody who the capital God refers exclusively to the Father.
That's beautiful, and I'm very glad that you are not as idolatrous as other Christians. But you still seem to be hung up on this idea that someone who died 2,000 years ago is the Messiah in a way that that the Bible quite clearly calls the Messiah of the Lord is not.
All I know is the fruits of Jesus and Cyrus are completely different. Cyrus,
How so?
how so? What happened after what happened to Babylon after he sent the Jews back? Like what happened to them? They faded into non-existence and idolatry.
In the Bible, like Jesus went to the temple that was built because of Cyrus. The second temple was built.
He stopped killing them so they can go back.
So if you're gonna do this thing of like, oh, look at all these people who are Christians now because Jesus died on the cross. Look at all these people who are Christians now because Cyrus decided to send Ezra and back to build the temple.
I don't deny that these people don't play roles in that.
Okay, so Cyrus
was anointed by God, yes.
Okay, so like this, I mean, if you're going to
Cyrus
play
wasn't
the
Jesus.
game, if you're going to play the game of Jesus through the work of the cross, made the world so much holier, Cyrus did it 500 years before, and Jesus would have done nothing, would have not been able to do anything without Cyrus. So really, Pantocrator, you should have a thing of Cyrus on top of your church.
No, because Cyrus didn't redeem human nature by sanctifying with divinity.
He didn't?
No.
I mean,
he
he built the temple.
Yeah, but he didn't indwell. So it's like it goes back to like just Christology and Trinitarian like.
Right,
theology.
Stuff that's nowhere in any of the teachings of Jesus or anywhere that's really not.
I and the Father are one.
It's in the mythology.
Have you seen the Father? You've seen me.
What?
If you like, I and the Father are one. If you've seen the Father, you've seen me.
Sebastian,
no one's seen the Father.
I and my Father are one. If you have seen me, you have seen my Father. That's Genesis 1. I represent God because I am made in God's image. That's Genesis 1.
You're okay. So from our perspective, you're made in the image of the Logos, who's the image of the Father.
Right. So if you have seen me, you have seen my Father. What are you talking about?
I'm saying like the reason why you have that image is because of the pre-incarnate Logos.
Okay.
So like that's the big.
So you're not talking about Jesus. You're talking about a pre-incarnate Logos.
The indwelled humanity.
That indwelled in Cyrus.
No.
What do you mean no?
The incarnate never incarnated into anybody besides Jesus.
Really?
Yes.
Where does it say that?
Where does it say that the word of God indwelled incarnately in Cyrus? Incarnately means that hypostasis, that person is him.
You're using words that are not at all biblical. This is all theology that came up in Nicaea. These are things that Christians came up with hundreds of years after the teachings of Jesus.
But every word you just spoke was invented by a European tribe in Britain 600 years ago.
Well, if you want to go back, back to the Hebrew, we can.
But I can't
stick to the Hebrew
in that field with you there because I don't speak Hebrew.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's why this channel exists to teach Hebrew.
People do read Hebrew and they do understand it, and I would say that, that there are Christian scholars. There are Christian scholars, or just non-Jews in particular, that know Hebrew better than some Hebrews. That's just a fact.
that this is a fact, but
But they disagree with you still.
One thing I have challenged all Christians is teach your own kids Hebrew, teach yourself Hebrew, and pray to God for revelation, and you and God, may God be with you. May God be with you.
Yeah.
I pray that God will reveal himself to everyone in as clearly as possible. And
the clearest way has been Jesus for the last 2,000 years.
Except you agree that the vast majority of people who believe in Jesus engage in idolatry through Jesus. You believe that.
I think that if you think there are like the Mormons do, that there are three individual gods that share no essence.
Sebastian
Yes.
is the filioque idolatry.
It's dual theism.
Okay, so
It
means
strips the hypostatic. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Billions of Christians are worshiping an idol.
But I wouldn't hold like your average Baptist, like your grandma who goes to church on a Sunday. I wouldn't hold
about billions of Catholics that you have thrown out of your church.
I didn't throw them out of
idolatry.
So like I was gonna say, like I can't hold somebody accountable for having a wrong belief. I can hold somebody accountable for teaching the belief. So like we can hold Martin Luther to a greater degree of responsibility from another German 200 years later who never knew anything but Lutheranism.
So you recognize that Christianity is the cause of billions of people being taught idolatry?
No, I don't think Christianity is the cause. I think people teaching Christianity incorrectly is the cause of that.
Okay, what's the difference?
So I think that like Reformed Jews that teach their congregants that they don't have to circumcise their children are in the same boat as the people who teach the filioque. Or
I completely agree with you. Agree with you.
But I wouldn't say everybody in that congregation is held to the same degree of responsibility as the rabbi who's teaching that.
I completely agree with you about that as well.
So I'm not condemning like all the Catholics. I'm condemning the popes, every single pope who's ever taught that.
and
the
all
bishops.
the thousands of bishops and priests and
yes,
and the fact is that that billions of people are worshiping Jesus as a second God because they have this filioque idea
where he gives causative existence to the Holy Spirit eternally.
So you're telling me that Jesus is an idol to billions of people.
People can make an idol out of
not my
people.
And then you're going to tell me that Jesus was a better incarnation of God than Cyrus? No, at least Cyrus isn't being worshipped as an idol by billions of people.
So this is where we're using a term that has a definition. Like we can look up the definition of incarnation, and we're using two different definitions of that. Like incarnation is a unique event that happened once in my understanding.
I mean, there's so many ways I could twist and turn this, but like this idea that Jesus is something that has redeemed humanity in a uniquely good way. Mm-hmm. Like if you're a Catholic, you can to some extent make that argument. Why? As a Protestant or an Eastern Orthodox person, you have to recognize that the majority of Christians are idolaters.
Yeah, I don't have any problem saying that the theology that they expound would lead to either tri or dual theism.
Okay, so a majority of Christians are idolaters. So tell me again how Jesus is the Redeemer.
Oh, so I don't think so. Like this idea of the remnant still applies to Christians. Like not everybody who says who calls on the Lord is going to be saved. Like we know that.
If that idea of the remnant still applies to Christians, then Christians need to stop with their whole Christus Victor thing, because obviously he didn't defeat shit.
Defeated death. Absolutely.
Yeah, have you been to a cemetery lately? I have two
Yes.
grandmothers at Eden Memorial, about 15 miles north of here.
Yep. I'm very familiar
Yeah,
with
so
death.
death has not been defeated.
So like, okay. So what we think about saints is the way Elijah is taken up into heaven, except they don't have a body. So like the saints are alive to us.
We also say that that tzadikim b'mitatan nikraim chayim, that the saints are in their death referred to as living. But we realize that that's not thy kingdom come on earth as in heaven.
That's a future for us.
Right.
That's a
So the
process.
Messiah has not come. So Jesus hasn't done shit.
So like if I start a race and I know the outcome of a race, like say I'm in a 1-person marathon and I'm just going to win. Like I still have to complete the race. I'm the only one participating in the race. I still have to complete it. Like why is it that all of this has to happen? Like you can break this down to any fractions of any time period you want. Like why not like the Messiah that gets prepared for.
So Cyrus in a very real sense was the Messiah of God. Yes, Cyrus very much so was in a real sense the Messiah of God.
Yeah,
and I would say a better Messiah of God than Jesus.
How?
Because he's not the cause of idolatry for billions of people.
But Cyrus was perpetuating the idolatry of billions of people before him.
What are you talking about?
Cyrus was a pagan.
Cyrus believed in the God of Israel, and he rebuilt the temple, and he helped usher in a love and understanding of God throughout the world. And to this day, he is in the Bible, and he seems like a much better, if we're talking about somebody coming back to be the Messiah, Cyrus seems like a much better kind of candidate than Jesus to me.
To me, it's weird because I feel like this is so divorced from the Davidic line that I feel like the Messiah is talked about coming from.
What do you mean? Cyrus was a king.
How is he a son of David?
He was a king. How was Jesus a son of David? Jesus didn't even have a father.
Yes, he does. He has the father as his father.
So he's not related to David.
He is related to David through Mary.
No, that doesn't work. And it didn't work
Absolutely
twice.
does.
It didn't work in either one of the genealogies
they all go back to David. There's only one thing you could say was one of the kings, one of the inheritance to David's throne gets disinherited at one point. That's literally it.
No, there's no such thing as matrilineal kingly descent in Israel. There never was.
So, okay, so you're saying that David only became king because he was married to Saul's daughter then? It could not have been any other way.
What are you talking about?
So
no,
like
David was anointed in his own right. To be a Davidic king means that you are patrilineally descended from David.
Where does it say patrilineally
There
related
is
to
no
David?
case whatsoever of it passing through the mother.
That's how Jewishness passes through.
That's how Jewishness, but not tribal affiliation. Tribal affiliation is through the father.
Okay, so if a Benjamite married a Benjamite woman married a tribesman of Dan, what would
The
the
child would be Dan.
and have no connection to Benjamin at all, just severed?
Yeah.
So the mother's
You can
genealogy
see
doesn't
that-
actually matter.
You can see that when it talks about the 5 daughters of Slovchad who come and talk to Moses, and they say, "Why should our father have no inheritance?" That's clear in the Bible.
Okay.
I mean, like this idea of Jesus as Messiah there's a reason why for thousands of years Jews have completely discounted it, and to like it's not a serious thing.
They don't though. Like when you say Jews, like what does that mean to you? Does that mean people that descended from
Sebastian, what's very clear is when you say Jew, you mean me, not somebody who became a Christian or their father did 100 years ago or 1,000 years ago.
I would consider them Jews.
What happened is that every Jew who, God have mercy on their souls, converted to Christianity ceased to be a Jew.
Okay,
They became a Gentile.
if your son, I don't know if you're married or anything. If you have children, let's say you had children. Okay.
I
Let's
only have
say-
Andrew.
Let's say your brother converted to Hinduism. Would he still be a Jew?
He would be treated as a Gentile in every way.
I don't think he'd be nearly as excluded from the synagogue as the same brother who converted to Orthodox Christianity. I think he'd be more so.
True, but that's because that's because of the animosity of thousands of years of Christians killing Jews.
I think that taints the whole theology both ways. I think
You're,
that
you're
taints
absolutely right. Christians murdering Jews has definitely
and Jews murdering Christians.
Where
the king of Yemen was a Jew, burned a bunch of nuns.
okay, you are
I will find
taking
this.
tiny things that barely ever happened, like, and imposing it on a bunch of Christians who never knew about it all over Europe. Like the Christians in Russia were never oppressed by Jews.
Yeah, I agree. But I'm saying, okay, so like, do you think that the Romans are going into a synagogue that Paul is preaching at and throwing him in jail? Like, there's so much internal synagogal.
I actually think it was the other Christians. I think Paul was having fights with the Jewish Christians.
Oh yeah, the Judaizers. That's like,
Yeah,
okay,
the Judaizers,
they say something that you don't agree with, that they have to become Jews to be saved. To inherit a place in the world, in the kingdom to come, they would have to be circumcised. That is a heresy for you and me.
So this is where you're going to have to look into the works of James Tabor. But like the question becomes, how do you understand the history that supposedly is being shown in Acts? And I personally think that Robert Eisenman and Chaim Maccabee and James Tabor are all correct. That Paul, when he talks about the Jews, is actually talking about the Jewish Christians.
I think it's a mixture. I think it's a mixture.
I think what really happened was that Paul hijacked Christianity from what Jesus taught. And I think that's pretty clear because, like, Peter obviously was not eating pork. And so I think Christianity ended up teaching that Jews should eat pork if they become Christians because Paul taught that.
I've never
Not for the Ethiopians. Let's go.
The Ethiopians don't eat pork, and nobody's complaining about them. Only if
exactly.
they. And the thing is for Ethiopians.
Well,
the thing is for Ethiopians. No. Listen. The only complaint from Mount Athos for the Ethiopians and the Ethiopians responded was the perception was if somebody was to convert into the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, they'd be forced to circumcise and keep the dietary laws. And then Ethiopia responded by saying, we don't force any converts to circumcise their children or keep kosher. So it's like, yeah, there's snippets of like, oh, well, they still circumcise and all this stuff. But there's also these questions of like, why do you circumcise? And then Ethiopia's response is, it's cultural.
Yeah, it's not because of God, which makes it the work of Satan.
Like the division between Israel and non-Israel for us is baptism. It's not circumcision anymore.
The difference between Israel and non-Israel, according to the Bible, there are 3 signs of Israel: tefillin, circumcision, and Sabbath.
Jacob.
And all 3 of those are things which Christians completely did away with.
You should like question Deacon Enoch. He's in LA.
Oh yes, he's great. He's great. He's Ethiopian, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You would have a great conversation with him. He's very smart, and he'll be able to give you better answers than I will. I'm a big fan of your channel, so I just want to come when I talk to you.
It's great having you. I hope you don't mind me pulling your chain a bit.
Oh no, I think it's great. I think this is actually a huge deficit in like our country at large. Is like you can't have like serious discussions with big implications without like hating somebody for disagreeing with you. So I'm a big fan of like trying to have interest, because that's where all the meat and potatoes are, man. It's not all the stuff we agree with. I like the disagreements because it makes you think more about what you believe.
Okay, it's getting late.
It was great. Thank you guys. You guys have a great night. God bless.
God bless.
Good seeing you.